What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. So we are back again for some more action. Acciones, as they say. Let me get some of the shit set up here. Let me go share out my stuff to my peeps. Do my thing. I gotta turn this down. Let me share it out. We are live. And who else wants it? You get some and you get some. Boom. All right. Anyway, welcome in, guys. Welcome in, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. You're all welcome to the Liberal Loudmouth Show. And we're just starting, so once you come in, just start tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 10K quickly. Good morning, Chip. Yeah, good to see you, man. Happy Friday. Technically today is my Thursday, but I actually won't be live tomorrow. I've got shit I've got to deal with, but anyway, you're welcome to come up, Chip, if you'd like, because maybe you've got some solutions here, because this the very next day, two other people were shot. I don't know anything about it other than what I'm reading about, and is not much information there about those two people other than one was shot, I believe, in the arm, the other in the chest. I think they may still be alive, but yeah, the in Portland. I can barely hear you, by the way.
Is it better now or no?
No, it sounds like it's far away.
I'll come back and go.
Okay. Yeah, occupation, breed, residence. Thank you for the shares. I appreciate that. From the river to the sea, Zionism. That's funny. Anyway, so today, I mean, look, this administration will kill you. They don't care. Simultaneously, and let me play this clip real quick. I just actually downloaded this like 10 minutes ago. I think I have it here. No, it may be in another folder. Let me see. Where is it? I think that would have been the 7th. Yeah, here it is. Yeah. And I actually did a video about it.
On your power?
Here, you don't even need the visual, just listen.
On the world stage. Is there anything that could stop you if you wanted to?
Yeah, there's one thing. My own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop. And
listen to that.
See any checks on your power on the world stage?
Do you see any checks on your power? And this is his response.
Is there anything that could stop you if you wanted to?
Yeah, there's one thing. My own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop. And
this man has no morality, which means there is no checks. Okay? Like I said in my video, the turd I shat out this morning has more morality than this garbage human ever thought of having. Anyway, we'll continue.
And that's very good. I don't need international law. I'm not looking to hurt people.
Do you feel your administration needs
not
to
looking to hurt
by
people.
International law on the global stage?
Yeah, I do. I do. But it depends what your definition of international law is. You mean in Greenland?
We had in Greenland.
It depends on your definition of what international law is. I'm sorry. The definition of international law is literally international law. This man has lost the fucking plot here, guys. We're dealing with a fucking sundowning, worthless, human trafficking piece of garbage is what we're dealing with. Oh, thank you for the hats. I actually just tried to change that. I usually start off with the penny. Sorry. Anyway, let me finish this clip real quick, because it's not too much longer.
England,
That's because you needed them at the time.
In the 1951 agreement, though, it says the United States can reopen these bases anytime you want. You could send as many troops as you want, and you haven't done it. How come?
Because I want to do it properly.
And properly means own it?
Really, it is. To me, it's ownership. Ownership is very important,
Why is ownership important here?
because that's what I feel is psychologically needed for success. I think that ownership gives you a thing that you can't do, whether you're talking about a lease or a treaty. Ownership gives you things and elements that you can't get from just signing a document that you can have a base.
This man is a piece of fucking shit. Let's make that clear. Chip, what's up, man?
What was he referring to? I didn't catch the.
Greenland. In the last part was Greenland. And at the beginning, he had said the only check on him is his morality.
The whole thing just seems surreal. By the way, if any leader was saying this globally,
It's still really hard to hear you.
oh, still bad. All right, let me. Maybe my phone has some moisture. So
That's better. That was better.
okay, good. Yeah, if any world leader was speaking this way, it would be troubling. But the fact that it's the president of the United States doing it is just astonishing. It's just it's unprecedented in the modern era for any U.S. president to even talk even remotely close to this.
Yeah. It just we'll just own it because psychologically that's what you do for success. This guy, and it's just ironic that the guy with the president that has the fewest morals from any president I think I've ever seen is saying that's his only check is his morality. That makes no sense to me. And Red Eye, I agree with you. Shit has more morals. That's right.
Yeah, and the good news is that a lot of the base that thought they were supporting a set of policies that they voted for, they're not getting them, and they're angry about it. And I don't know if you saw the controversy with Dan Bongino. For those who don't know who Dan Bongino is.
Yeah, we're having a real. I can't hear you, Chip. I don't know what's going on. So like when you touch something, it sounds like it's really close, but when you talk, it sounds like you're really far away.
Still a problem?
Yeah, that's even worse.
Okay, I'll come back.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that sucks. So what do you do? Like they're willing to just kill you. We got 2 more people shot. Of course, I don't know that either one of them are unalived at this point. The very next day, on New Year's, an ICE agent grabbed his pistol and he heard gunfire, went and unalived somebody. And he'll claim self-defense. Like, bitch, you were at your house, you hear gunfire on New Year's Eve, and you go to that location with, I assume, your gun drawn, and aim it at the person that has the rifle, and kill them. And you call that self-defense? These people they just don't care. They will kill you. They will shoot you. Mike, what's up?
How you doing? I'm good. How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
Well, I mean, I agree with you on that point. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, and on top of that, J.D. Vance came out and said that this guy has effective immunity, meaning that basically it's now free on unalive American citizens at will, and we can't do anything about it. And I'm not saying we should be doing anything about it, but in terms of legally, in terms of going into the courts, in terms of holding them accountable, investigations, all of that stuff is out the window at this point. I mean, is that what we're looking at?
Yeah,
Because,
I mean,
this is
the FBI came out and said that they're going to block the state from any evidence. So the state can't even look into state charges.
Yeah, so basically, a federal agent can come into your town or city, unalive someone, walk away, and you can't do anything about it. That is, right. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, right now, we're watching what's going on in Iran. We watch what happened in Venezuela and other countries where, people are protesting and they're going crazy about what the government is doing in those countries. My question is, what justification do we have left to condemn someone else for doing things like that? Like
zero justification. We have no standing in the moral, area to dictate or browbeat anybody else. That's right.
Yeah, and in the same time, I mean, Trump is now talking about, we're going to take parts of other countries. I mean, on what basis, what right do we have? I mean, this is the thing with with the Stephen Miller. I mean, the guy's a piece of trash. I mean, this man saying, "Oh, we need to, what right does Denmark have to Greenland?" And I'm like, what right do we have to Greenland?
Right. No, I saw that. I played that on the show the other day. That man is off his fucking rocker. That's Goebbels' cousin, gotta say. I mean, they look a lot alike, actually.
Exactly. And this is the reason why. I mean, right now.
This is weird. Mike Higgins 201 does not comply with our community guidelines. Harassment and bullying. Wow. I gotta drop you. It says remove Mike or my live will be restricted. What the fuck? You can't even shit talk Stephen Miller.
Yeah, I know. I guess I'll drop. I mean, I'll see you.
All right, man. I think you could probably come back in like 10 or 20 minutes. But wow. All right, man. Peace. Yeah, that's fucking wild, y'all. That is wild. Poor Stephen Miller. Do what?
I don't agree with that. He should be able to say what he wants to say.
Yeah.
Even if people don't agree with it, he still has the right to say what he wants to say. You have the right to listen to what he has to say without being threatened to be kicked off of a platform.
Yeah, and now my live is restricted for 10 minutes, it says.
Yeah, but the problem is I'm a conservative. I'm 55 years old, live in Ohio. I'm a conservative. We probably are not going to see eye to eye on very much, but he still has a right to think what he wants without you being penalized for it. That's absurd.
It is absurd.
What's going to happen is he's going to come back. He's going to talk about how he feels again. His next, is going to be 30 minutes, then an hour, and then who knows what happens after that. It's ridiculous.
That is, it's fucking nuts. I mean, somebody's audio sucks. It may be, hold on real quick. I'm hearing background noise. Okay, it was you. Casey, you got background noise, so if you want to stay muted. Chip, let's try again. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did a recording on my phone.
There we go. Chip
good?
is in the house, y'all. It's a third time's a charm.
Yeah, definitely. No, I appreciate this conversation. Yeah, Stephen Miller. Wow, I just put it this way: piece of work. Let's just leave it at that. He's got his head somewhere it shouldn't be. But he's always been that way. By the way, there are recordings of him going back to like his teens behaving this way. He's a bent individual. Unfortunately, his wife Katie's no better either. She has that podcast. But getting back to the point I was making about the fragmentation that's taking place within MAGA and Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino, the former assistant, he was the deputy director of the FBI under Kash Patel. He was a big podcaster, just like Kash Patel used to go on the podcast and say, Jeffrey files need to come out and all these people need to be arrested, all this accountability talk. Dan Bongino goes in for a full year, zero accountability. He caught a lot of heat for it. Now he's on the podcast tour again. He's re-hosting his show on YouTube, and he's pointing the finger at people, blaming them for still requesting accountability. And you can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, because isn't he resigning?
He already did. He's already back.
Oh, he did already leave? Okay.
Yeah, and what he called it was he's calling people black-pilled. He's claiming that because they're focusing only on the negative side, that they're ruining the chances for the midterms. I mean, it's just this crazy. People have had it. And people on X are making videos criticizing this guy, saying, you know what? We've had it. Everyone talks a game about following through, and no follow through on any of the campaign promises. We're fighting in new wars, all this crazy stuff. It's just people are pissed.
As well they should be. And guys, a lot of the people you see in support of like Trump and this administration on Twitter, bots. A lot of that is bots. And Truth Social has a lot of bots. They use bots to make it appear like there's a lot more people that are supportive when the reality is that there's really just not, because there's no way to defend a lot of these positions. You just can't unless you live in an alternate universe. Rick and Morty style. But thank you, Chip. Let me get around the room. I think APAC is next. It might be Derail. I don't know. APAC, go ahead. What's up, man? Good to see you.
No, likewise. I'm still in shock because even if you defended or someone did come out to defend the position of the ICE agent, there's an ongoing investigation. So it used to be that even like a vice president or a president would just come out and say, hey, you can't jump to a conclusion at a minimum. This is still being investigated, but he just took a stance, in defense of the ICE agent and, closed it off, from the state. So I find that to be very, problematic. So that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, there is no, it appears there's no bottom to these people. They whatever's the grossest thing they could do. They're like, yeah, we'll go with that. Let's do that. Yeah, we'll shit on the desk and then smear it on the wall. Let's do that. These people are nuts. But that's all you wanted to add for the moment?
Maybe I'll just add one more thing. I mean,
sure.
ICE knows going into Minneapolis, the culture. I mean, at least they should know, right? So they, when you're in law enforcement, you have to read the room. There's a reason why ICE are usually, followed by, local police as well, because the police are supposed to know the community. So, for something like that, to happen, that's just, I just didn't see the imminent threat that some people were, saying. I saw just someone just running off, maybe being a little, reckless, if you want to argue that, but I didn't see that, that driver was trying to plow that person, he was just trying to escape. In my opinion.
Well, and there appears to be even more to it, that the person wasn't even ICE observing that day, that they had just dropped their kids off at school and had just come back from that. And when they get there, the ICE agents are in the street. So I don't know. I've verified that for sure, but this is what I'm hearing. Also, I'm about to play a clip of, let me look in Discord. Somebody sent this in Discord. But while I look that up, who do we have next? I think Derail, you would be next. Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was encouraged to check out your podcast by a good friend. This is my first time on one of these things. I don't even know if I'm calling it a podcast correctly, but
welcome aboard.
Thank you. I'm almost 70 years old. I'm retired from being a criminal defense attorney. I'm a constitutional scholar, and I am an instructor for SFSTs. And my specialty was drunk driving defense. And I've spent 2 years in federal prison. So let me start by saying that the number one rule in law enforcement is to protect yourself, because if you can't protect yourself, you can't protect the community that you were sworn to protect. A police officer who's properly trained would never position him or herself to the front or the rear of a vehicle where they could be struck. That's the first thing. You don't put yourself in harm's way and then use that as an excuse. And you can only use deadly force to combat deadly force. So, and the other thing is, I'm not a fan of Donald Trump, to say the least, but one thing that you can give the man credit for is occasionally he slips up and tells the truth. So, for instance, when he said that he loves uneducated people, he was telling you the truth, because every con man and con woman loves uneducated people. That's their mark. And, when he said he could shoot somebody in the face on
Fifth Avenue
and get away with it, I want to segue back and remind you, Charlie Manson never touched a murder weapon. Charlie Manson never set foot in a crime scene, and Charlie Manson never killed anybody. Charlie Manson was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death, and only spared the gas chamber because California moratoriumed it, and he died in fucking prison. If Charlie Manson was good for everything that he served out, Donald Trump is equally guilty and deserving of the same treatment, because all men are created equal. All women are created equal.
That's right. That's a great fucking point, Derail. That's a great point. Yeah. Just because you don't commit the fucking crime. Yes, go ahead, man. And thank you, Derail. It's good to have you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Derail, this is to you. I guess you're familiar with Glenn Greenwald.
The name doesn't ring a bell.
Well, he's also a constitutional scholar, and
there's a few of us out there.
Yeah, he's something of a rock star, because he was he made it possible for the story about Edward Snowden to get through. he helped Edward Snowden with those documents that proved that the NSA was actually doing a blanket surveillance of the American people. Remember that episode?
I do actually.
Yeah. And so,
Yeah.
so one of the things that he says about the Constitution is that saying that you don't care um, about the protection against illegal searches and seizures. You don't care about that because I've got nothing to hide. That's like saying I don't care about free speech because I have nothing to say. You see
Well,
what I'm saying?
yes. Let me approach that from a different point of view.
Please.
That's
The
great though. I like that. I like that. But go
yeah,
ahead, Derail.
I like that analogy. But here's the thing: the Fourth Amendment protections against unreasonable search and seizures is a right to the extent that we have rights. And I referenced George Carlin about the difference between rights and privileges. Rights are something that cannot be taken away. Privileges are things that can be taken away. And our so-called rights are actually just privileges, because if you don't believe that, ask any Japanese American that was alive during World War II, when the only right they had was step right this way. And they lost everything. But the Constitution and Fourth Amendment, protections, that is something that applies to law-abiding citizens, but it's enforced through the vehicle of citizens accused, many of whom are actually fucking guilty. And it is through those people, maybe even murderers and rapists, people who are, the lowest of our society, but and I forget the exact quote or who said it, but they said, as you judge a society by how they treat the lowest in their society, that's how everybody should expect to be treated. And that's why earlier somebody was saying, or I think it's in the comments where it says, if this person could be killed, then you're next, or whatever. We're all, just a step away from being next for the same kind of treatment. And
that's right. That's right.
And so when I go into court, when I was practicing, I'm no longer practicing, and that's a long story for another day. But when I go into court and I'm defending defendant John Doe on, insert the name of the crime, I don't care how heinous it is. And I'm asserting that his case should be dismissed because the evidence should be suppressed because the police stopped him without reasonable suspicion and or searched him without probable cause. And I get a judge to agree with me, that protection is yours.
That's right.
Not his, it's yours. Because you're never going to be in a position, hopefully, to have to assert that right. I will say this. People ask me, how can you defend somebody who's guilty? My response is, most of my clients are guilty, maybe not as charged, but of something. And the clients that I hate, not many, but the clients that I hate are the innocent clients. And the reason I hate innocent clients is because it's so stressful to represent somebody when you're the only thing standing between them and a wrongful conviction and wrongful punishment.
That's a great I've never really thought about it that way, but I can see why that would be very stressful.
My favorite clients are career criminals who come to me and say, I'm good for it, but if you can find a technicality to get me off, I'll be glad to pay you.
And I gotta say, every time you use a right to defend a guilty person, this protects innocent and not guilty people as well. That's just how that works, because, for every time that a right is violated in the government, because they violated your right, the government is the one that allowed that guilty party to go free because they didn't adhere to the rights of people. And had they been doing that, then that person may not have been able to get off scot-free.
And one fun fact, all of the founding fathers were criminal defense lawyers. And the only lawyer that's mentioned in the Constitution is a criminal defense lawyer. The word prosecutor doesn't appear in the Constitution.
Interesting.
And the word police officer doesn't appear in the Constitution. Do you know who the police were back, in the original founding of America? And the answer is you and me. That's what the Second Amendment was all about. We handled our own shit. There were no police officers to call. Do you know where the origination of police departments was? Slavery.
Corporations.
No,
Exactly,
no,
slavery.
no.
Yeah.
Slavery. Okay, slavery. And then, as slaves were escaping, they hired what they called slave trackers. When the Emancipation Proclamation was around and the 13th Amendment passed, and all of those slaves were released into freedom, and they weren't just black. Don't forget. Remember the line in Blazing Saddles, "We'll hire anybody except the Irish." There were white slaves. Okay, so those slave trackers became the first police departments, and the first penal laws were laws to re-enslave the newly freed. And so when you see, I know I'm segueing way out of line here, but when you see something like the George Floyd situation and you hear people say that we need to reform the police department, that's bullshit. You can't fix something that's not broken. The police departments are biased against people of color and people who are poor by fucking design. And
Right.
if something was designed in a way that is objectionable, then you don't fix it. It's not fixable. You throw it away and start over.
Yeah. Now, to the point about the first police, because corporations did hire watchmen, and they would go around and protect their property and shit like that. But they weren't state sanctioned necessarily. That was more of a private thing. But yeah, I take your point. And, hey, if you tell the white guy, the poor white guy, that he's, hey, at least you're not this black guy over here that's a slave, they'll be like, okay, yeah, we'll go with that.
Well, but you see, that's the problem. People think, oh, it's red versus blue, or it's this country versus that country. It's the uber rich versus everybody else, and everything else is an illusion to keep us distracted. They want to get us to point at another group and say that they're the problem. The immigrants are the problem. They're stealing our jobs, or the blacks are the problem. And while we're all fighting amongst each other and not realizing that we have way more power than the 0.01% who control most of the wealth in the world, it's like that scene in the movie Ants or whatever, where they're saying if the ants realized what kind of power they had. I lived on a working cattle ranch for 22 years. If cattle knew how much power they have in their size and in their numbers, we wouldn't be eating beef.
That's funny. Maybe they'll evolve eventually and start thinking and communicate with each other.
And I know I'm
start killing off their ranchers.
I know I'm drifting way far out there, but it's early in the morning and I haven't had my coffee. People don't realize how communal cows are. Do you know that the mothers share nursing responsibilities and they watch each other's children? And they're pretty fucking smart animals, but they're not smart enough to figure out how to stop us from eating them.
Well, horses are smart too. Much smarter than a cow. But they still allow themselves to be domesticated. Okay. So let me get to Tosh. You've been waiting for a minute. Go ahead if you wanted to add in. And D-Rel, thank you again. Well said.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Hiya, how are you?
I'm good. Yeah, did you want to respond to what D-Rel was saying or anything else? Go ahead.
I sort of just wanted to touch base on what happened a few days ago. The thing is that I think the situation needs a little bit more context, because even though the reports about Renee are limited right now, what we do have is reporting related to the ICE agents over the past year. We know that there have been human rights violations. We know 31 people have had weird unaliving situations when it's come to the facilities. And we know that this is not the first pew-pewing. Those are the things that we know. So when we go ahead and we start adding in situations like this, where you've got people who are untrained, you've got no accountability being shown, and to think that people are not going to be afraid when they're being approached by 8 people, these are foreseeable issues. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're not going to hold your own people accountable, then of course people are going to be afraid. Does that make sense? And they're going to try to get away. I don't believe for a second that she was aiming for that officer, because if she was, she wouldn't have turned her tires.
Right. No, well, yeah, absolutely. We yesterday we went over it frame by frame, and it was very clear that the man was on the left side of the vehicle, on the driver's side out of the way when he fired the gun. You can see both feet on the ground on the other side of the car. And yet, MAGA, they just, Rick and Morty the shit out of it. Like they exist somewhere else. Now, there is a video, I'm glad you kind of brought us back to that. There's a video I want to play. This is somebody posted this in my Discord. Anderson Cooper, I think, did this last night. Let me pull it up real quick. I haven't seen it, so I don't know what it is, but it's relevant to this. Oh, let me unmute.
To see could provide, certainly provides another angle on what happened before 37-year-old Minneapolis mom was shot and killed by an ICE officer.
She's trying to do a U-turn. She's trying to do a U-turn. Did you see that? Watch. And I thought this also. I'm like, it seemed to me that she may have been trying to do a U-turn. Watch the way her tires start to turn, but there's another vehicle coming, so she has to stop.
It certainly provides another angle on what happened before 37-year-old Minneapolis mom was shot and killed by an ICE officer.
So she starts to back up, but then that truck is behind her, so she can't back up to do a three-point turn to go the other way, and a car's in front of her. That's what it looks like to me.
Year-old off at school. Now, it comes on what has been a tense day there, with more federal agents surging into the city. Minnesota's governor putting the state National Guard on standby to support local law enforcement if necessary. This is the live images of a protest, a demonstration, a gathering in the streets there. This is what it looks like right now, downtown Minneapolis. Demonstrators have also gathered at the shooting scene, which itself is just blocks away from where police killed George Floyd 5.5 years ago. Now, earlier today, armed agents at a federal building near the airport pushed back protesters, deploying some kind of crowd repellent gas and making at least one arrest after someone, according to CNN's Omar Jimenez, apparently threw a water bottle. Throughout the day, the Trump administration has first doubled and then tripled down on its claim that the shooting was the result of an act of domestic terrorism, and that the killing of Renee Good was, in the words of Vice President Vance today, a, quote, tragedy of her own making. He said that with certainty, and said this.
Let me go forward a little bit.
The shooting.
Here we
go.
It
shows Renee Good's maroon Honda Pilot entering from the right there. Then 20 seconds later, someone gets out on the passenger side. We don't know who or why this person leaves the car.
That's probably her wife.
We then see her turn and pull perpendicular across the street, seeming to block the way. But as you see here, leaving room for vehicles to pass by her on either side. Finally, there's this new angle of the federal officer who shot her. He arrives, another federal SUV pulls up. As the ICE officer briefly goes back to his car, then he returns, and with another agent grabbing at her door, she starts to move forward. Again, it's hard to see from this angle, followed by 3 gunshots in quick succession.
Okay, so that was the video that somebody said. So that, to me, I think she was actually trying to do a U-turn and was unable to do it because she had a truck go behind her and another car go in front of her at that time. And that was right after, that was when that other truck comes up and the ICE agents walk up to her. Does that change anything for anybody? I mean, I think we all pretty much knew what happened, but that's crazy.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Do you see what I'm saying, though? Because if you watch that video, you see her pull, kind of, straight up and, down, and she starts to turn her wheels like she's going to do a 3-point turn to go the other direction. Not the way that she ended up going after she was shot, but the opposite way. So I think she was trying to do a U-turn.
Well, I mean, there were also people saying, that she'd been chasing him around all day, but the event happened at 9:30 in the morning.
Oh, PT said it's a one-way street that has 2 lanes?
I don't know.
Yeah, one-way streets can have 2 lanes.
Well, in a residential area? It must be pretty densely packed. Anyway, that's, somebody's saying bike lane. Well, that's kind of interesting. I'll have to go and Google map that road and look at it.
Yeah, because you can see
So
you can
then,
see where the snow's sort of been ploughed to the side as well, because she was actually, her tyres were in the snow. That's why they went ahead and they turned faster, because, you know, when you accelerate in snow, it rotates.
let's see here. I'm going to pull it up on Google Maps. It was Portland Street, wasn't it? In Minneapolis? Wasn't
I
that
don't
in
remember the
Minneapolis?
street. It was Minneapolis, but I don't remember the street.
We'll pull it up. Somebody's saying it has bike lanes and one-way street, which it may be true. So then that begs the question: why is she pulled across the road? What is she doing? I don't know. Anyway, not that really changes anything. The guy wasn't in danger, and that we do know, and that means that the government will kill you. And now are we going to start seeing an uptick in murders? I think we will.
Well, I mean, we saw two more pew-pewings yesterday in Portland, Oregon.
Right. Yeah, no, New Year's Eve, they killed a black guy. ICE, off-duty ICE guy, heard gunfire, went there and shot the guy that I guess was, firing a gun into the air like a dumbass. But still, like, somebody walks up to you with their gun drawn, not in uniform. Because the guy claimed that the guy pointed the rifle at him. It's like, well, dumbass, you showed up there with a gun and he's got a gun, so of course he would point it at you.
Well, they've also cut down the amount of training as well. It used to be that ICE agents had, I think, between like 16 and 20 weeks worth of training, and they're doing maybe 30 days.
Yeah,
because they're not having the adequate training. It's just a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, because nobody wants to go and do that shit. They don't want to go to schools and fucking rip parents out of cars while they're dropping their kids off. And then, like Portland, it was a school, I think, in maybe in Minneapolis, where they went there and the school had to go on fucking lockdown because ICE agents showed up. And they canceled the school due to ICE, and not that kind of ICE, the other kind of ICE. So what do we do? What do we do?
I mean, that's the thing is I've been here for going on 24 years at this point, and I've never been afraid like I am now, because it's like the rules are off the table. It's just whatever they fancy. And that's the part that sort of scares me. Do you know what I mean? Like, the biggest thing I used to ever have to worry about was, was being sent out of the country. That used to be the biggest thing I ever had to worry about, and now it's not. You know what I mean? Now it's, if I'm a part of this, that, or the other, what's going to happen to my son? If I get detained, am I going to go missing? Or, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know. I ain't got words.
Now it says the junction of 34th Street and Portland.
Did you hear what JD Vance said?
Now, what did JD Vance say?
He said that the officers have total immunity from prosecution, meaning that they can't be held accountable under any circumstances other than by the federal government.
Oh, right. Yeah, no.
Which obviously makes them, with zero accountability. That's why I think they act so brazenly. I mean, you've seen these videos of them coming up, even when they don't culminate in, this type of violence. They still treat people like they have no rights. They give me your ID. They rough people up. It's just a very intimidating, sort of brutish way of enforcing the law. And as we said earlier yesterday, I mean, even if I don't support the immigration policy, but even if I did, there's different ways to enforce policy. And using this level of aggression and lack of accountability with violence and intimidation, I think, is the wrong way to go about it.
Yeah, no, I agree. And of course they're going to claim immunity, but they aren't immune from state crimes.
No, I agree. The law is very clear in that. It doesn't matter whether you're an officer or whether you're a civilian. If you use unnecessarily excessive force, and the police do get more latitude, by the way, which I think is fair in some cases. But in this case, I think it's going to be hard to justify. And by the way, have you seen they doxed this guy? They literally put pictures of his house, his address, his name, his history, his email, his phone.
Who is they?
There's a guy who I follow on X, but I have all his information screenshotted on my phone right now.
Interesting. Okay, so I've got it pulled up. It is a one-way street. Let me put this up here. Yeah, it's a one-way street, and she was pulled across the bike lanes, not the road. So maybe she was trying to back into the bike lane. I'm not sure how many bikes are going to be riding in the bike lane when it's snowy and ice, but who knows? So yeah, one-way street. So either way, that's crazy. Yeah, and JD Vance can eat a dick as far as I'm concerned. I really, these people lie constantly. And I don't know if you guys heard the video where Donald Trump said the only check against, his authority is himself, his own morality, which is absolutely bonkers to me. But what do we do? That's kind of what I want to talk about. We know what the problems are. Aside from who is that?
I'm just trying to wake up.
Tracy. Okay, I got you. Aside from, because at some point somebody's going to put a pew-pew to an ICE agent's chin and pull the trigger.
Well, I think that's more of a certainty. That's more of a certainty.
It'll happen. Yeah, it's going to happen.
But what else are citizens to do if you give somebody who has a badge and heavily armed to come into your community with no accountability? You have to do something to protect your family. You can't just sit back and just accept that reality.
I heard this is the 9th pew-pewing in Minneapolis by ICE agents since September. I don't know if that's true yet or not. I haven't had the opportunity to confirm it.
I know it was the 9th pew-pewing by ICE. I'm not sure if that was just in Minneapolis. And all of them, by the way, were in their vehicles when they were shot.
There was another 2 yesterday in Portland, correct?
Yep. So that'd be 11 total.
By the way, I'm glad you guys met Derail. That's an attorney I work with. When he was practicing, I convinced him to come up here and talk with you guys.
Nice.
Oh, that would be awesome.
He was great. I'm sad that he dropped off. I enjoyed listening to the guy.
He's still extremely busy, but he'll be popping in and out. That was his first time ever on a TikTok panel. You'll be hearing more from him.
Well, hey, that's awesome. I love lawyers actually because I love the law. I enjoy reading legislation and legal shit because then you can argue about the words and the commas. I don't know why that's appealing to me, but
Derail is a constitutional scholar. This guy has over a 500 win rate in trial. He's done many, many famous cases you've probably heard of. He's the real deal. This is he's a close friend of mine now.
Nice. Well, that's good to have that kind of resource, available if need be. Have you talked to him about the legality of the stop?
Yeah. He can come up and do a breakdown for you, a walkthrough. He's actually done it in trial over and over and over and over and won cases over it. So if you want to see how a professional breaks down the stop through video and will argue it in court, he'll do that for you.
Nice. Well, I'm glad he's retired because otherwise he'd charge us.
Well, he didn't retire. He paid the ultimate price for actually doing his job. Wait till you learn Derail's story.
Okay, yeah. He said there was a long story there. Maybe we can get him up here to tell his tale.
Yeah, you can hear it directly from him.
Yeah, because this government doesn't like people that are, have a strong sense of justice. They don't like that. They want somebody that is willing to play ball and do whatever, illegal shit they want in that moment.
Absolutely. And he'll detail that for you. He'll give you resources and evidence and all that.
Yeah, this is.
Well, last night they did leak something about their tactic. The new tactic that was exposed anyway from ICE is the agents will come up, they'll put one in front, one on both sides, one in the back before they even approach the car. That way, if something happens and the car moves, now they got assault. Now you're assaulting an ICE agent. It justifies everything. That's their new tactic, or it's been their tactic, I guess.
Couple of things, if I may, just real quick, because I don't have a lot
Sure.
of time. I got to drop.
Yeah.
Gosh, get that lawyer back and tell me when he's on, because I'd love to listen to him.
Yeah,
Number
no,
one,
he's very well spoken.
I heard about the two incidences in Oregon, but I don't know exactly what happened. Number three, the worst that lady did was maybe a traffic violation, which is outside the purview of ICE.
That's
It's
right.
supposed to be about immigration, not traffic stops. There is so much wrong with this. It's unbelievable. Number four, I was listening to Katie Tour on MS Now, and she was interviewing a reverend that was there at the protest after the incident happened. And he noticed that these ICE agents are going toward this Hispanic woman. And he went over by her and he says, "Here, take me. I'm not afraid. Take me." And an ICE agent actually put a weapon up in his face and said, "Are you afraid now?" And this didn't happen once, but it happened 3 times. And then after a while, the end of the story, long story short, "Oh, don't worry about it. You're a white guy. I won't have any fun with you." That happened. Okay, so there's a whole lot
Is
going
there a
on. And
video of
because
this?
this was on, and please let me tell you, because this person kept talking over me. This was on Katie Tour MS Now yesterday, about 1 or 2 in the afternoon. So you'll have to go to their website and look for it. But it was shocking. The other thing that I want to say, and it doesn't get enough news, is there was a high school yesterday that these ICE agents were chasing an American citizen that was fleeing, okay, and went into this high school and literally tackled him, arrested him. I don't know for sure whether or not they had any kind of other weaponry, whether it be smoke bombs or whatever, but there was another teacher that was also arrested. And what I'm saying, guys, is they're not even using
Oh, we lost Dina.
the situation. Get the tags and track them down. Yeah, and that's basically what I have to say. So
Yeah. Now, is this the school? Because I'm pretty sure I saw a video. Is this the one in the school, or is this just another protest? Because I think this was the school.
It was Roosevelt. It was Roosevelt.
Roosevelt High School.
Oh, motherfucker.
But listen, liberal, go ahead and drop me down, because I do have to go. I just wanted to come up and say that, and I'd very much like to listen to that lawyer.
All right, thank you, Dina. I appreciate it. We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, let me play some of this, because I think this is that. I think this is that video.
Chase that ended here. There was initially some kind of a loud commotion or crash sound that brought me over. Evan Johnson lives nearby and took these videos. This one shows a man getting tackled.
It's really sad that this is happening here and that they're going to come to a high school after murdering someone.
Braden, another student who only wants
ain't
to see
fucking
his
around.
first name, identified that man as a Roosevelt teacher. DHS says they were
Wow.
taking a suspect out of his car, the one who allegedly fled from them, when a, quote, individual who identified himself as a teacher proceeded to assault a Border Patrol agent.
Oh, right.
So, as the quiet settles in today,
It's still really scary to see our friends and teachers get tear gassed.
students reflect on the chaos that was yesterday.
Good
I don't know, we've
Lord.
been through a lot. I feel like this is too much to handle.
Sammy Solina,
It's just a shock. Like, that just happened.
KARE 11 News.
And
That is, again, they have no bottom. They will. I mean, they're going to high schools, assaulting people, assaulting teachers, and then turn around and claim, "Oh my God, he stepped my toe. He stepped on my foot."
And that was one of the biggest problems that I had that with this administration, that they, I guess, repealed or removed what they called sanitizer, like safe zones, where ICE. It used to be that ICE were not permitted or could not go to a church or go to a school or go to, well, I guess what you would consider to be sensitive or vulnerable places, but now now they can.
Yeah, they shouldn't be going to schools. I'm sorry, but like, what the fuck are you doing? The local police needs to start arresting these people. And to that point, let me play this clip of this Philadelphia sheriff. This lady is having absolutely none of it. She is having fucking none of it.
Professionals do not stand in front of moving vehicles invoking an action that is illegal. No, we don't. And so we stand here today with all those who stand against the made-up, fake, what you can call ICE, professional law enforcement. I don't call them none of that. I call them made-up, fake, wannabe law enforcement. Because what they do is against not only legal law, but the moral law. So I'm with the DA, and we will work with them. If any of them want to come in this city and commit a crime, you will not be able to hide. Nobody will wish you off. You don't want this smoke, because we will bring it to you. And the fake, whatever they call them, because I can't say the name, but the criminal in the White House would not be able to keep you from going to jail. Be good.
She ain't fucking around. And see, that's what's going to happen. These localities are going to turn. They're going to they're going to have to start protecting their people, because right now they're just letting this Gestapo come in and unalive their people when they're literally there to protect.
Where was that at, Liberal?
That's a Philadelphia sheriff.
She's a hero.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because what else do you do? What else do you do? States still have rights, you know, so the state can just tell these people to get the fuck out, and just, if they start committing crimes, just start arresting them. And then what are you going to do? Bring in the military and go to a prison and literally break them out? Our cities and our states have to do more than they're doing. That's it. I mean, because otherwise the people are going to take it into their own hands. And we all know what that looks like.
Yeah, sorry. Hi, I just wanted to say the mayor of Minneapolis went on to say, you know, get out of our city. Why not arrest those people? You know what I mean? Like, everybody's like, oh yeah, he's like standing up for them. He's not taking any action. He's not arresting them. He just got on TV and said, get out of my city. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, he said, get the fuck out of my city, but yeah. And then they were, oh, let me play this clip. This is fucking funny, actually. I watched this morning. This is, I think, the same mayor you're talking about. This is fucking funny.
You know, after you told ICE to get the F out of the city, I've seen a lot of Republicans here in Washington criticizing those comments, saying that you're escalating tensions with that. Can you respond to them, and what do you say to them tonight, people who criticize those comments?
I'm so sorry if I offended their Disney princess ears, but here's the thing. If we're talking about what's inflammatory, on the one hand, you got someone who dropped an F-bomb, and on the other hand, you got someone who killed somebody else. F-bomb, killing somebody. I think the more inflammatory action is killing somebody. And so, once again, let's be real and just honest and straight up about what's happening here. This is not okay. The way they're coming into cities, not just Minneapolis, but around the country, is not okay. Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, you should understand the importance of constitutional law enforcement. You should understand the importance of not discriminating based on race and randomly plucking people off the street because they're Somali or Latino.
Yeah, I mean, but you're right. I think that was Tosh. Those cities have to do more. They're really doing nothing. You know.
Yeah, lots of fancy words, and it's tiring. Like, and then people praise them. Oh, you know, they said these nice things. Like,
oh, it's itty bitty.
Speak louder than. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, actions speak louder than words.
Yeah.
And I saw a video of officers tackling high school kids. I didn't see a teacher get tackled. I saw students get tackled by officers. An officer ran up and tackled him in the snow. Yeah, they were just attacking these fucking high school kids. It's sickening.
But we're living in a world of the emperor has no clothes. That's basically what MAGA is, because they see this stuff, but they're told the opposite. Even though their eyes tell them this stuff, they're told to believe something different, and they listen to the government. They listen to Trump and the sycophants. It's like, how do you compete with that? It's just
so as a Palestinian, right? I hate to say this, we've been telling you guys for decades. You know what I'm saying? It's not like this has shown up out of nowhere, right? His actions are obviously aggravated. It's much more in your face, but all this behavior is nothing new. All right, you're
right.
just seeing it at an expedited rate, unfortunately. All right. So when we explain that this can show up in your backyard, we weren't playing, and I'm happy that it's happening now. At least it's not like it never happened at all. At least Americans are becoming more and more aware. This is the behavior that we have been dealt with by this illegal entity that is now training your, whatever they call them, law enforcement, immigration, whatever they want to call them. These are the guys that got pew-pews. They work for the government. All right. You don't take orders from them. They're going to pew-pew you and call you a terrorist. They're going to pew-pew you and label you a terrorist.
That's right.
That's the deal. That's the deal. That's where you're at now. We have arrived. So how do we deal with it now that we have arrived? There's a few ways. And hopefully, in Godspeed, we're able to deal with this effectively, because to be honest with you, I'm fucking worried.
Yeah, and to the people in the comment that seem to think that states can't arrest feds, that is not true. They absolutely can. If the federal government comes in and sends agents into a state and they act to enforce state law, the state agents can arrest them, because they're not allowed to enforce state law. That's not what they're there for. They're federal agents. So if they come in and go outside of the scope of their authority, they can and should be arrested. And if they violate state crimes, which they are doing, they can be arrested. This is a fact.
Yeah, JD Vance went on to say that the officer has complete immunity from all actions. Did you see that?
Yeah, federally, he does. Okay, so the state and the feds are separate sovereignties. All right, they look at each other as separate entities. This is why double jeopardy doesn't count for the same crime if you're convicted by the state and the federal government. It only counts within the same entity, right? So the state can't charge you for the same crime twice. The feds can't charge you for the same crime twice, but they can both charge you for the same crime once. This is the law of separate sovereignties, right? They identify each other separately. If local law enforcement wants to go pew-pew this guy, they say, okay, they bring this footage and whatever evidence they've been able to collect so far to a prosecutor, a district attorney, and say, hey, look, do you have enough evidence here for us to book this guy? Do you think any laws were violated? The prosecutor can review the evidence and say, yeah, and get a warrant issued for this person's arrest and have them stand trial. They can definitely do that. And at this point, these people are also supposed to be representing you, and I think it's a great first step. Anyone with local law enforcement, who everybody does, should be pushing their local law enforcement right now to hold these federal agents accountable, because that's why that mechanism exists.
Right. It's a check on the federal authority. That's right. And they have to, because otherwise the people are going to do it, and that turns into an absolute shit show.
I just think this administration, this regime isn't following the rules. They're not following the laws. So I mean, like, that's nice and all, but I don't see that happening. I feel like there has to be another avenue, because these people are not playing by the rules, clearly.
Well, when they don't play by the rules in a state, then they can be arrested and should be arrested.
I agree. I just don't see it happening. Everybody's so scared of this regime. Local police won't do anything because they're scared.
Okay, so if you don't see that happening, what is the other avenue?
A violent revolution? I really don't know. I'm just saying I don't see it happening. Everybody's so scared. I just don't see local police doing anything. I think they should. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, I don't either, but they need to, because, again, The people will take matters into their own hands. They're starting to get sick of it. Myself, I'm starting to get sick of it. And if I'm getting sick of it, I know other people are getting sick of it. And there are crazy motherfuckers out there, not myself included, but there are crazy people out there that will put a fucking gun under the fucking chin of an ICE agent and pull the trigger. And it's going to happen. And when that happens, then Donald Trump is going to freak out. Kristi Noem's going to freak out because these people really are cowards. They hide behind the authority that they themselves didn't do any work to create. They hide behind this because they're scared to fucking death of the people. They know what the people are willing and capable of doing. So the moment that happens, the federal government will fucking come down on everybody hard. That's why the states need to do it, so that the people don't have to.
I agree. I 100% agree.
I don't know what other option there is because, the Declaration of Independence, read it. Not just that we have a right to overthrow, we have a duty. It says duty. We have a duty. And this government is not operating in the best interest of the people anymore. Period.
W host.
It's sick. Matter of fact, I got my little pocket constitution here. I think it has the Declaration within it. It sure does. Page 99. We can read this shit right here because I mean we're to that point. I don't think I'm even being hyperbolic. Let's see. The unanimous Declaration of the 13th United States says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its power in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries, etc., etc. It is their duty.
Yeah, I think every American needs to listen to that and take that to heart and stop kicking the can down the road, so to speak. We can't keep doing that, passing the buck, because I have this pit in my stomach. Like, this is really, really, really bad if this is the accepted norm, that we watch people like her be unalived and it's just normalized. And, it's really scary. This is exactly what happened in a different country about 80 years ago. That's how it all started.
Actually, it started with legislation. It wasn't the way that it sort of went back then was then in the early 30s was when they started implementing legislation. And then in the 40s was when we started to see what were kind of sort of comparing similarities to now. I mean, the thing is that the legislation started last year and it's somehow sped up here. We're seeing a faster version of it, but it started with legislation and it started with the dehumanizing, of other people. And it is just, I don't know. I think when I look back on it now, I think this has been a problem for a long time. And I think we've slowly been progressing towards this area. And at this point, we're at a tipping point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. I just meant in general, these events that are happening, whether the legislation, the dehumanization, the mass immigration sweeps, targeting minorities, like all of it happened in 1930s Germany. And Trump is using the exact same playbook. It feels like the mass propaganda. They can go on television and say blatant lies with no proof, and it's automatically believed. Yeah, and everybody keeps looking the other way. They're like, calm down. It's not that bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It
well,
is.
people
It is
like
that
to be
bad.
comfortable and they like to stay comfortable. And I mean, another thing here is like if people don't go to work, they starve. Do you know what I mean? So like I think in a lot of ways they feel very constricted by their own lives as well. I mean, they can't go out and do something else because they've got to go to work to feed the kids. And I think it's been done by design, to be honest.
Of course. Yeah, no, you're right. You're not from America, are you?
I'm in America,
You are in
but I'm from
America.
the UK, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, no, you're right. We are constricted. Like, what are we supposed to do? How are we
Yeah.
supposed, you know what I mean? We don't even have any money. How are we
Yeah.
supposed to do anything if we have no
The
money?
states are going to have to fix this, guys. The states. And what's interesting is, in the last Civil War, the federal government tried to maintain the Union. In this instance, the states are going to have to try and maintain the Union against the federal government. The states are going to have to come together. They will just have to, because the alternative is just complete and total fucking anarchy, where people are literally in the streets fighting, because we live in a culture of violence. This country is culturally violent. And when you put somebody, back them into a corner and they have one option, they will take that option because that's how humans are. And he's putting people into that corner. And he wants to. I think that's his goal. He wants people to bring out their weaponry and start unaliving them, because then that gives him an excuse to come in and just completely and totally take over. That's why we have to have these states do more. It keeps the people from having to do it for them.
How do we have the states do more? Like, how do we, what are the steps we can take to do that?
Can I jump in on this, Liberal?
Yes, absolutely.
Reach out to your local police chief. Start at the local level, to your little town, then at the city level, then at the county level, your sheriffs. Call every single one of them today and tell them to do their fucking job.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That means there's federal agents coming in, breaking the law. You tell them, hey, I know that there's people that you've booked and arrested for less. Do your fucking job. You're not keeping this tyrannical government in check. I'm here to make sure you do your job. Otherwise, I'm voting you out, you piece of shit. You've done nothing for the last year as this maniac up at the top has been committing crimes against us. Your job is to protect me, not just against other civilians, but against the government itself. Do your fucking job.
Yeah. I mean, really, that's what this boils down to, is enforcing the laws that already exist. That's it. That's all they have to do, really.
But do you have faith in voting? Like, do you feel like if you tell your representative, I'm not going to vote for you if you don't step up and represent me, do you feel like that's a legitimate threat towards them? Because I don't have faith in the voting system anymore.
In the local, yes. They're more.
You're right.
They're more, it's more of a personal relationship that you can have with these people. You're going to have to go to the places that they frequent. You're going to have to go to those stupid fucking parties, those, where they'll have some philanthropist, like in Oklahoma, there's this lady, Labooty. Her husband is a surgeon, makes a lot of fucking money, has a big ass house, and they host these fucking parties, these like galas for Republicans. And they all go there. So you have to go to these places where they often congregate and let them know who the fuck you are, your name. You be nice to them, you build those relationships, and maybe it's too late for that, maybe it's going to take too long, but you have to do that. And then you'll be able to have conversations with them that you wouldn't just be another constituent at that point. You'd be somebody they know.
Well, an even simpler approach is just go to your city hall, go to your town meetings.
You
Force
can do
your
that too.
friends.
Yep.
Bring your friends.
But many of them closed their doors. Apparently, many Republican reps and stuff, they have closed their city hall doors. But yeah, I agree. People should be doing that.
Thank you,
but
Ra.
like Tash, I can't see the rest of your name, said people are constricted, you know. I believe, I agree, local level is definitely, like, I have more faith in the local voting level. But yeah, people are constricted, like, to go down and do that stuff, you know, it's just getting harder and harder.
Make a phone call. You can pick up the phone today. You're on TikTok. I know
I
you can
agree.
dial a phone
No,
number.
phone calls are, it just doesn't feel like that's
Email
as effective as going there
It
in
isn't.
person.
Yeah,
You
it
know?
isn't as effective. No, because I have conservative lawmakers in Oklahoma that I know who will reach out to me and get my thoughts on legislation that's proposed by Democrats so that they can better understand what it says. I've actually changed the mind of one of those conservatives on 2 pieces of legislation. They changed their vote.
Wow.
And I'm just one person. And this is because I was part of those little things, those little fucking gatherings they do. They host them all the time. They usually post about them on Facebook. I'm sure that they exist in your state as well. You put your face and your personality in front of them so that they know you as a person. And while not everybody in the state's going to be able to do that, obviously, the more people you have that befriend these people and see you as, you know, and you're not going to be there. The first thing out of your mouth shouldn't be, hey, let's do that. You work those relationships. You become friends with these people. And then over time, you can have these, you know, you build that rapport first. That's the most important thing. Of course, time is of the essence here. I'm not sure that, you know, this is something we should have been doing a year ago. 2 years ago.
Right.
But, you know,
Right.
but you got to start sometime. And the best time is to start now. Go on Facebook, figure out where the fuck they go, who is hosting these sites, work that relationship, figure out, you know, build that network of people and put yourself in front of them. That way you can have those conversations. You get their cell phone numbers. You know, send them private messages.
Right.
I completely agree with like going to like or starting out local and everything else. I completely agree with it. But I would also go ahead and add that I think if you are in like a very red state or in like a very red town like I am, it's a good idea to sort of go ahead and find your community as well. Because I think the by design is the idea that you feel hopeless, that you feel like you're alone in it. And I think if you can at least go ahead and sort of find your community as well, I think it'll really help. I mean, we've seen it all over TikTok and all over probably our personal lives as well, but people have been closing ranks. Do you know what I mean? And going out and trying to find that community. So I would absolutely say that finding the people who are like-minded like you, people that you can trust, people that you can just sort of have, you know, rant with at times or whatever, it also gives you hope because it makes you feel not so alone. Because I think that's the design.
Absolutely. Yep. And now, who's it? Rando, you said you had a radical idea. Please let us hear it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. I can't see my box on TikTok, so I was just making sure. So I live in a state where you have to be registered to vote in the primary. I have been registered Republican because I want to say in
Traitor.
I want to pick the least crazy. And I think that if more Democrats registered Republican, we could have a say in their primary and then just vote for who we want in the election.
Yeah. I mean, that is a way to do it. Yeah. There was a push for that. I remember like 10 or 15 years ago, a lot of Democrats were doing that. Yeah. I mean, because the Republicans do it to us as well. I know Republicans that are registered Democrats for that same purpose. Yeah, they do it too. APAC, you wanted to jump in there?
Yeah, no, I sent you a private message on Discord. Not trying to be secretive, but I think you might find that interesting and for a future topic when you have the chance. That's it. But I do agree that you know, sometimes you have people that they want to do something.
Great idea.
Yeah. So and it's one of the most important things to do is to build community, make your voices heard, and you know, and to reach out. And I'll close by saying that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, because I'm telling you that even the conservatives that I am friends with, they're just people. They're idiots just like we are. I mean, they're just as fucking clueless as the rest of us. I swear to God, they are. They do stupid shit all the time. They engage in vices. They're not aliens, right? They're not special people. They're just regular people that probably had money and were able to run. But they're just as they're just like the rest of us. And you got to look at them that way too.
Right. I think that's an important fact.
They're also afraid guys. They see this shit going on. And they are also afraid.
Saying.
They're also concerned.
Like with the cops and stuff and the officials, like they're afraid too. If they're just regular people like us, how would you feel if you were getting pressure from the top from these guys who are unaliving people or firing them or whatever just because of whatever,
Right.
Like I think Trump fired like 70 something officers or something because they were videoed kneeling at the George Floyd memorial.
Crazy.
And the reason he put was for lack of judgment or something like that, which is insane. They were just showing respect like they do for anything else. So yes,
it's disgusting. Now, Chip, I hadn't heard from you in a while. I know you don't like to jump in there. I see your teacup, but I figure you're probably listening. Did you want to add in? Do you have any thoughts about what we do? Things that you think might work, might help.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this for a long time. This is the part of this whole equation that I think is hard for us to stomach. I do not think that voting is ever going to change this. George Carlin said that. If they said if it would, they wouldn't let us do it. So we do get something from the system, even though it's crumbling around us now. But we do get something. We get to have our quote unquote freedom. We get to have our basic standard of living. But that's going to erode with automation and AI. I think we're going to find ourselves on the wrong end of a much more declining standard of living. I think the only thing we can do, the only tool we have in our bag right now, unfortunately, is how we participate. To some extent, they still need us. They need us to work. They need us to pay taxes. They need us to consume their stuff, especially at the corporate level. My suggestion has been for a long time is non-compliance across a wide variety of areas. Let me just lay them out. Obviously, don't pay taxes. I'm not saying you personally shouldn't do this. I'm saying this is what theoretically could be done if people decided to go this direction. Would be not remitting taxes, not remitting any sort of debt obligations. So, for example, you owe credit card money, don't pay it. You owe student loans, don't pay it. You owe a mortgage, don't pay it. You owe a car note, don't pay it. Now, before you jump in and say, what about this? Let me finish my statement. If you work at a job, don't go work there. If you have things you normally buy from Amazon, don't buy those things. Only buy absolute essentials for your family while you work in a community sense to build a backstop for each other. Now, obviously, the first thing that comes to mind, like it does for me, well, hey, Chip, if I don't pay for my bills, I'm not going to have health insurance. I'm not going to be able to, all those thoughts go through our heads. I get it. The question we have to ask ourselves is, are we willing to build support structures called mutual aid so that maybe 3 or 4 families have to bunk up and live together for 6 months while the repercussions of this withdrawal take its course? But if you go to ChatGPT and just type in any of those things I suggested, including general strike, tax non-remittance, non-payment of mortgage debt, car debt, student loan debt, credit card debt, even if 3% of the population did that simultaneously, it would shut the entire financial system down. So that's our only tool. And when the AI systems come to bear, just so you know what's coming right now, and that's going to be coming in the next 5 to 7 years, maybe sooner, those choices that I just laid out, we won't have, because the money in our accounts will be tracked and digitally controlled and programmed from central authorities. And if you have a mortgage payment due, it gets taken from our accounts. If you have a car payment due, it gets taken from you don't have financial flexibility. We have that flexibility right now, and it sounds crazy, but I'd rather not click a button than I would go out and try to fight and die in the streets.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you're right. And that's why Christmas, I didn't buy anything for Christmas. Nothing. No presents. No dinner. Not even for Thanksgiving. I didn't. And I love Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we should learn something from the Israelis. You can say what you want about them. They are smart. They have worked night and day to avoid the possibility of being boycotted because they know the one area where they have a vulnerability, their one Achilles heel, is economic strangulation. So they've gone to great lengths to protect themselves legally to preempt the chance for them being boycotted. We've heard of BDS, boycott, divest, and sanction. There are 38 states that have laws that if you're doing business in the state in any shape or form with the government, and you do anything to indicate wanting to not do business with Israel or suggest that, you lose your business with the government immediately. It's against the law. It's the only country on earth that we have these type of laws with. And there's a reason why. So that tells you that's their vulnerable point. Now, think one more thing, and I'll let everybody jump in. Imagine you work at a business. We know this from history, labor laws and labor strikes. Obviously, if someone's not doing right by you, in this case, the management of the company and the shareholders, you want to do something different. You say, well, this is a bad deal. I deserve better. Well, yeah, you do. But if you and your friend walk into the office and ask your boss for a raise, they're going to laugh you out of the office or fire you. But if 500 of you out of 600 go in and do the same in an auditorium, and you're saying, if you're not willing to be reasonable, then we're going to take this alternative action that's going to be detrimental to your business and your future, now you have leverage. As individuals right now, threatening to take our vote away, that's not leverage. They could give a shit about our vote. AIPAC doesn't care who we put in there. They're going to pay off both people. They don't care. Or whomever, whatever the lobby is, fit in your lobby of choice. It's a corrupted system. So we're going to have to do something to break at the system level the way the game is played. The only way we're going to do it, just think of all those things I mentioned earlier as striking, even though it's not just labor, all things. That's the strike. And think of the management and shareholders as this oligopoly, corporate networks, the Israeli Zionist thing that's out there with the military industrial controlling us. And they're adding the mass surveillance and security state layered on top of that, which I call the digital dystopian future, digital straitjacket, that right now we're not bound by, but it's coming quickly. And if you don't think this is going to happen, President Trump is already starting to designate people in the country as domestic terrorists, which gives them much different procedures they're allowed to follow to criminalize somebody and then take action on them without due process. This is where we're headed, and it's not far away. And I don't mean to be an alarmist, but I've been studying this for 35 years, watching it slowly move in this direction, and now it's accelerating. And I know it's fearful. No one wants to have to hear this shit. No one wants to risk their safety, their financial credit score. Trust me, in the long run, your credit score won't do you any goddamn good anyway.
You'll lose everything, and then you'll really have nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to get to a point where we're not going to have an option, and then we're going to regret not doing anything. We're like, damn, it would have been so much easier to just talk to my reps or stop buying this product or whatever, and then it'll be too late.
And think about this. Just put it in these terms. Is it better to not be able to afford your bills and that's why you lost everything? Or to make the choice to say, fuck you, and not pay your bills and lose everything? Which one psychologically is less harmful to you, do you think?
The latter. Yeah. Definitely the latter.
Making the choice. Because they're going to squeeze the fuck out of us no matter what. He's going to start garnishing wages for student loans. He already said that.
What?
So they're just going to take. And then motherfucker going to turn around and said that he is thinking about paying Greenlanders money, the actual people money, to get them on the side of the U.S. taking them over. And this motherfucker can't put any fucking money in the pockets of average, everyday Americans. You can't have your loans forgiven. You can't get any fucking money without, praising your dear Lord and Savior, taco tits. Like what the fuck?
I want tacos now.
Yeah, we went from America first to we're gonna run Venezuela in like a year, and we still don't have affordable anything. It hasn't been America first since he got into office.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The thing, the Greenlanders won't take it. Because they're talking about what, $10,000 to $100,000 is what he was talking about giving them. But at the end of the day, they won't take it. They won't take it because they get free education, they get free healthcare, and they don't agree with the politics that are going on in America at the moment. They won't take it.
Yeah, and think about this: you give every Greenlander $100,000. Within 10 years, all of that money will be spent on their health care costs.
Yeah.
It'll be gone.
Yeah, they won't take it.
And then they'll be sick.
Mm-hmm.
Because when people move here, they get sick.
This is what strategic partnerships are for. So the fact that the U.S. cannot engage in a strategic partnership and is saying that they just want to conquer, that means that they feel like they don't really have much to offer compared to other countries. I mean, that's how I take it. I also see it as a way of, I think there's been talks to have future trade routes in the Arctic. And I'm wondering if it's going to use Greenland to kind of encompass like Canada. And because my understanding is that Canada is going to perhaps even open like a new trade route with China. So because of like the tariffs. So it's just, something to think about.
Well, I mean, the thing is that we've been seeing a lot sort of going on. Like, they're saying a lot of people in Europe, especially Britain, we've been completely invaded and we've lost our free speech, we've lost all this, that, and the other. So, like, the rhetoric is already being sown. And now, we're sort of seeing it with South America, where they're saying, well, we need to know who our neighbours are, we need to be safe, we need to be this, that, and the other, right? And it's all being rationalised and everything else. But as far as Europe goes, they're already sowing the seeds that, Europe is not safe and it's been invaded. They're already starting to sow them.
Oh, yeah, I see that rhetoric all over the place. Definitely with the immigrant. So is it the immigration there really as bad as they say? Like, have other countries really taken it over and turned it into a shithole?
Right. So what is happening?
What country are you asking about?
The UK.
Britain.
Okay.
So what is happening is that we are getting asylum seekers. I think there's a little bit of a debate as to how it's happening, because the way asylum seeking works is you go to the first safe country. Well, what's happening, and this is, I haven't researched it too much, but this is sort of what I'm hearing over there, is that they're going through multiple countries and then sort of landing in the UK, because our asylum seeking process, we offer things to people who are in need, right? So like they come to the country and they say, look, I've got nothing, I've been through this, that, and the other, blah, 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 blah. And while they're going through the asylum seeking process, we house them, we feed them, we clothe them, right? Treat them like humans. As far as like, apparently some other countries will not have that same sort of humanity towards their asylum seeking. That's sort of what they're saying. Now, so there's a little bit of a debate going on, because what's happening in Britain is a lot of people, like the benefits are being cut back and whatever else. So it's creating amnesty for these asylum seekers. It's not as big as you think. We're not under Sharia law. What people are saying, the freedom of speech. There was one woman that was detained because she made a Facebook post talking about, I don't know how to make it TikTok friendly, hurting a place where immigrants resided, essentially. She was inciting violence. She ended up pleading guilty. She served some time for it. So as far as like freedom of speech goes, I wouldn't classify that. I would classify that more as inciting violence.
100%.
Yeah.
So, are they turning it into a shithole though? Because they say that basically a bunch of Indians have come in, or Arabs, and they've like, it's like this complete shithole everywhere, and I don't know what to believe.
Yeah, so what we're seeing is we are seeing an increase in crime. However, I think rhetoric is being pushed that it's coming directly from immigrants. I don't believe that it is. Does that make sense?
Well, the crime is probably crimes against immigrants.
Right.
Well, it's crimes across the board, right? You know what I mean? Like we're seeing an increase in crime. However, stories that have a certain colour seem to be pushed more. Does that make sense?
Sensationalized.
Yeah, well, what's interesting is a lot of the decisions that these countries have made in Europe is coming back to bite them. You go into somebody else's country, you basically take it over for its resources, you turn it into a shithole, and then you get mad when those people come back to your country because your country's got everything. And you know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, we got all these like brown people here. What's going on? Like that, it's kind of funny to me. It's a little ironic that the continent Europe that has done so much devastation around the world, 90% colonized nations, for the record, is now complaining that people are coming to them.
The imperial boomerang.
It's weird.
We keep destabilizing these countries and then complaining that the refugees are coming here. Like, where did you expect them to go? You destabilize their country.
Right.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, I think what's happening is that we are seeing a strangulation economically, particularly for those vulnerable people. Same thing we're seeing in America, and they're turning around and saying, "Listen, it's not your landlord, it's your neighbour." It's the same sort of tactics that we're seeing in the UK as well, and I think Britain's got a choice to make. I think they are very much in 2016 as far as where it was in America. So they've got decisions to make, I think.
I have a question. Someone in the comments is saying you're incorrect and that you haven't been there for 24 years. Have you been there recently?
Last time I was there was 23.
Okay, so you have an idea of what you're talking about. I just wanted to.
Well, yeah, and I mean, all my family's in the UK, so.
No, okay. Real quick, Sensei, Nightwolf has been waiting for a while, longer than you, I believe. Now you can make your statement. I just want to say I need to get to Nightwolf. He hasn't spoken yet, but go ahead, Sensei. Real quick, and then we come back to you.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Nightwolf, go ahead. Go ahead, and we'll get to Sensei after that.
I was agreeing with you. I feel like that the people don't have nowhere else to go, and now they're entering the country. I feel like they shouldn't have nothing to complain about. Like you said, it's really funny.
It is kind of ironic. Like, for hundreds of years, they did this. And now they're like, but we're supposed to be white people here. What?
Liberal, I wholeheartedly agree with what you said earlier. This is a resource issue, right? Whether the UK extracting resources from the rest of the world or the US, this is a resource issue, and the resources being extracted from these other countries, overwhelmingly come to us. And not just I'm not saying equally though, right? Because the 1% are the real problems of the universe, or our universe, we'll say, on the planet, right? They hold all the wealth. Yes, we benefit also. I am complicit since I'm American. I was born and raised here, so by default, I am complicit. But the thing is, just like in our society in the U.S., there's a huge wealth gap, right? And it is your landlord. Because the landlord's exploiting the other person that doesn't have a house. Is it your neighbor that doesn't have a house? No, he's in the same boat as you.
No. Now, real quick, I wanted to point out this is the most recent release of crime statistics from England and Wales. And do we all notice the trend in all of these? Do you see that?
Down.
It's going down. Look at this.
What's that site?
This is ons.gov.uk. Gotcha. These are the official numbers. Police recorded crime. Robbery is ticked up a little bit, but it's about the same that it was in 2005. It went down, it went up, went down, it went up. Right? Knife or sharp instruments. Now, this one did go up. Well, this is weird, though. Were they not tracking knife or sharp instruments back in 2005? That's weird.
Maybe it was a new statistic or something.
Yeah, possibly. But I mean, we see this, right? So again, this is propaganda. This is propaganda. This is a group of people who don't want a certain type of person around them. And so they bitch about it and they create this fake, outrage about whatever. Donald Trump did it here in the U.S. There are people over there that are doing it there. I mean, that's the official numbers I just showed you. So I don't know, maybe the number of cats and dogs being eaten has gone up. I don't know. We can ask Donald Trump though.
Only eat cat.
Only the dogs are down, but the cats are up, I hear. I don't know. Sorry.
Don't eat the cats.
Don't eat the cat. Anyway, anybody else want to jump in there? I mean, this is, this isn't American affairs, but it was brought up. So
it's just rhetoric that's pushed a lot, and I don't really know one way or the other. And, it's hard to tell from across the pond. So I like to get people's take that are from there.
So it turns out I was actually incorrect. There's no international law that you have to go ahead and choose the first safe country. However, most genuine asylum seekers do, and it sort of plays into their asylum seeking process. So I was actually incorrect. Just wanted to
it's
throw that out.
It's not a required law for them to get to the first country.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I was incorrect about that. However, many do when it's because it's just one of those I need to get out from where I am sort of thing.
So it's like an accepted norm.
Yeah, I would say so, but at the same time, I mean, it's not legally relevant for them to sort of do so. Do you know what I mean? It sort of helps their case that they're not, if they're not sort of testing out multiple countries. Does that make sense? It just helps the end all deciding factor.
I would rather go to like Britain than like, I don't know, bumfuck Egypt. If you ask me, if you're like escaping, it has to be safe and you have to be able to survive and live there. So there's lots of countries on the way to the UK that can't really provide that, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense. If you're in danger and you've got nothing to you, it would make sense that you would go to a country that would provide assistance in that. Do you know what I mean? That makes sense. That's fair to me. Yeah.
Yeah, like what would you do? Like if that were you, what would you do?
Well, I mean, I feel like I'm sort of doing that now.
Oh yeah.
Trying to get back home. So
right. No, and then I heard about.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Liberal.
I was just going to say, like, at some point, we're all going to be refugees of some kind.
Yeah, Mexico and Canada will close the borders on us.
Yeah, well, we have expats going down there, driving up the cost of everything because they have a lot more money when they get there, and it's basically gentrifying their own fucking country, and that reverse migration, whatever you want to call it, it's not refugees going from a brutal dictator necessarily, although I would categorize Trump as that, but that is
we're headed in that direction.
Yeah, I mean you're getting fucked up either way, but I don't know, like, is that okay too in order to like increase the cost for people in an area? Like, that seems fucked up to me.
No, and I saw videos and news reports of people like the natives running these people out of a certain town because of that. They were just making it impossible for them to live there because of what you said. So I think it's fucked up. Like, you don't have to, I don't know. I think live within your means.
Quote unquote expats, they're colonizers. That's all it is.
That,
right?
yes.
True.
Whether you use a pew pew or not, they're colonizers. Right.
Whether with the pew pew or the pen.
We see the protests in Mexico right now. That's because of gentrification.
Oh, it's happening right now?
Well, in Mexico it is, yeah.
It's been ongoing.
Yeah.
It's been ongoing.
Oh, okay. I saw this a few years ago, so I wasn't sure if it was like still a thing.
Yeah, Chip.
I feel like Trump's pushing us to that he's trying to do this dictatorship. I feel like Donald Trump's trying to do that. He's trying to become a dictator.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I think he's poking and poking and poking, trying to get the beehive stirred up. But that's why we need the states to start doing their job so that the people don't have to do it for them. Because then what that looks like is you have a fucking militarized police officer.
Y'all was having yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
When the panel was going on yesterday, and you was talking about that lady with ICE. And it was so confusing to me that there was so many people that wasn't realizing that woman hadn't tried to run over nobody, and she wasn't trying. I didn't feel like she was trying. She wasn't a threat to nobody, she was probably trying to get away, But I mean, you could have busted the window and opened the door. You could have did anything before you started pew pewing. You know.
Well, yeah, they could have gotten her license plate number and contacted local PD to locate her. Like anything else other than fatally shooting her.
Yeah, I mean,
she turned her wheel completely away from the officer.
That's right.
She was trying not to hit him, and he's not supposed to place himself in front of a vehicle. He's putting himself in harm's way, and he literally had to lean over the hood at like a 90-degree angle on the side to shoot her. I don't know if I could say that. I'm sorry. But yeah, I know. I can't believe people are defending it. It's absolutely disgusting, as if he couldn't have chosen anything else. Like he had no control because, you know what I mean? Like,
the sad part is there is video evidence, and my man up here, Liberal Loudmouth, was actually showing people what went on, and they're still disagreeing with this man. And you can see clearly in the video that she wasn't actually trying to harm nobody. She was trying to get away from them. Yes, she was trying to do that. She was trying to leave from where they was, but does that call for someone to lose their life? I feel like no. That woman didn't deserve to lose her life because she was trying to get away.
Right, and hell, let's pull it up again here. Let me pull this up so we can. This is the moment the first shot is fired. You see the smoke coming up off the windshield, right? He fired the shot.
He's on the side.
Look at his feet.
Yeah.
1 foot.
He's on the side.
Like I told old Grinder Boy yesterday, this is not this dude's cock, okay? This is the other foot. No matter how much they see cock everywhere, that's not that. That is this guy's foot. He is clear of the vehicle. And the tire is turning to the right. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's also point out the first pew pew went through the front windshield, right? Because we saw the photo.
Right, yes.
The subsequent pew pews went through the side window into her face, and that is what unalived her.
Yeah.
If you look at we can't really like super tell from video, but if you look at where that pew pew hole was in the windshield, there's no way that went into her face. That was in the bottom right-hand corner. If you're looking at the front, it was too low and too far to the right. He was already out of the way, and he fired 2 subsequent shots. And like Itty said, they are trained to not approach vehicles from the front or rear. They're trained to approach at a 90-degree angle. And if you look at the 2023 use of lethal force memorandum from DHS, it says specifically that not only are they not allowed to fire a warning shot to stop a suspect from fleeing, but that they're not allowed to use lethal force when the danger is solely a vehicle.
Yes.
You would have had to have like a pew pew on her in order for them to justify that. The use of a vehicle is not considered a weapon alone.
Yeah, but not just that. They also stopped a doctor from examining her and let her bleed out. And they threatened to pew pew him if he didn't go away and stop asking them if he could examine her. When you shoot someone in the face, you have to apply treatment, otherwise they will unalive. And they blocked. You know who else does that? Who else does that? Who else prevents medics from getting to patients that are going to unalive? IDF.
Israel.
They wanted her dead. If they didn't want her dead, they could have they could have pew-pewed the tar if they didn't want her to go away. I mean, they're not bulletproof tires. You could have shot the tire, I feel like. If you didn't want her going anywhere else. I mean, there was a bunch of situations that they could have took instead of taking someone's life.
Yeah, I lost a friend in right after high school to police doing this to him, and he was just a kid. His truck was stuck in a ditch, and they put like over 20 rounds into him, and he was just trying to get out. It's just really tragic that people think that there were no other options. Like, what does that say about what kind of country we are?
Well,
just
like supporting this tyrannical regime of being like, she was in a car, she was trying to run away. Okay, that does not justify being pew-pewed in the face.
And then ICE hit a protester that day and in Minneapolis afterwards.
Well,
just like the colonizers, the officer violated protocol to create a condition for this to happen.
Yes.
Colonizers did the same thing. They grape resources from other countries to set the condition for people to flee. They destabilize countries, set the conditions for people to flee. The officers did the same thing. Protocol was not to be in front of the vehicle. He chose to on his own accord.
Yeah,
I don't know
and
why,
also
but
not
it's
that.
irrelevant.
Sorry, I thought you were done. Are you done? Okay.
Yes.
Also, what was I gonna say? I already forgot. Oh yeah, I mean, imagine if that were you, and you had these masked men with special ops weapons violently coming at you. You know what I mean? And pointing their pew-pews at you. Like, what would you do? But they're saying she was trying to hit him, but she was so polite. She even tried to wave another officer through, and like, it doesn't seem like she was being combative or interfering. And she was also given contradictory orders. She was just trying to follow the order when they told her to get out, but the other one said to leave. I mean, she was trying to leave when another told her to get out. So evidence is right there, and people are just not believing their eyes and ears.
Does anyone remember, like, when the protests first started happening, and how there was a bunch of people, Republicans in particular, that were sitting there and saying, if someone gets in front of my car, it's okay for me to turn them into a speed bump? Does anyone remember that?
Wait, what were you?
Yeah,
last
they were allowing protesters to get run over.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You can't block the road. You got to get around the road.
If any protester is in front of you, mow them over. Well, now you guys they're hypocrites. I can't even. Jesus, if he came back today and he's like, these are my followers, what the hell?
What did I do wrong?
Well, they detain him.
I feel like that video.
And he'd be like, who are these people? These are the good
message to the
people. And
world.
they're like, those are the atheists. He's like, oh shit, what is going on?
Yeah, actually, that video shows one thing to the world, and that lets you know that you can get killed by not even being an imminent threat to no one. You can still lose your life, is what that video showed the world. And I feel like that's one thing that's not right about the situation.
Also,
Nobody deserves to lose their life.
and people also think it's
Not
fake
for
and that
that,
she's
not
an
for those
actor.
reasons.
People also think it's fake and that she's a paid actor.
I can care less about.
I'm just
You
saying,
can't
like,
The only
pay
way
to act
people
big.
don't believe
who
their eyes
was a
and
paid
ears.
actor?
Both of them. They think she's a paid actor. This is the some of the rhetoric being spewed on the right, that she was a paid protester and a paid actor to go there and agitate.
You talking about Renee Good?
Yes, and they also
Yes.
think that people also think the cop is an actor. They think it's all staged
I had
to
somebody
cause
Is-
problems.
on my Facebook last night, some wacky lunatic that I removed from my friends list immediately after. I put up the video and I put ICE pew-pews unarmed American civilian. That's all I put up. And she lost her mind. She was cussing me out in the comments, and she said, these people were already filming. The wife got out and was already filming because they wanted to make a viral video. Like, what?
I
Great.
heard that too, but you could see that
Great.
the wife was nowhere around, and she was in the car with her and her dog. I heard that thing.
It's irrelevant if she's a paid actor or not, right? This is a public road. We can all drive on the public road. The only way for them to defend themselves is through obstruction. Yes, you cannot obstruct an officer or agent from their duties. The problem lies in RAS, reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime being committed or in the process of committed or has been committed, and jurisdiction. Both of those criteria must be fulfilled in order to issue a lawful order. You have no obligation to follow an unlawful order as any American. Right?
I only brought that up because
So-
people don't think that she died. They think it's all fake.
Yeah, they can think what they want.
Well,
okay?
when
I mean,
people,
I don't
when
know
our
what to say.
countrymen don't believe what they're seeing, that's a problem. They don't believe that it's happening. I know we can say like F them, but really like we need them too. And we need them to see that this stuff is real. So I'm just saying that many people on the right are conspiracy theorists that think everything is staged and a psyop. So I'm just saying that is an issue.
They're brainwashed.
So to address the right, I was trying to say earlier, and conservatives in general here, because most people would agree they're against a tyrannical government, overreach that is. If she was issued an order, and I don't doubt she was, and conflicting order for that matter, they have to show you obstruction to occur to make it a lawful order. Nobody wants overreach of the government's infringing upon our rights as U.S. citizens. I don't care if she lived in the neighborhood or not. It just makes them stronger for her case because it's a public street. I can drive there. Liberal can drive there, and so can you, legally.
Yeah.
And the elephant in the room is this for obstruction. The big silver ICE SUV that's blocking her path on the right. Who is obstructing whom?
Yeah, definitely. And I wanted to point out, isn't it funny that you pointed that out about her being from that neighborhood? It strengthens her case even more. That's why they immediately went to work and started like dismantling who she was. You know, like she was a paid protester from out of town. And, you know, like they just get to work on lying right away. You know what I mean? Like it's fucking insane.
But here's the thing, though. You can give it to him. She could have been a paid protester. I could have been a paid protester. I still have the right to drive in that street.
I agree. I'm not denying that. It's just fucked. It's fucked up, man. It's fucking mental abuse. Like
what I'm doing, I'm dismantling the argument step by step.
It's just really hard. I don't know how to like deal with the fact that people don't even believe that she was unalived, and with the fact that they think that's okay. Like that's scary. So yeah, I agree. She had every right to be there. She tried to let the officer pass in the truck. They chose to get out and try to open her door, and you know, so they could have passed, and they were completely combative, and it was clear she was trying to comply.
Yeah, the whole reason that people aren't believing the media is because of Trump and his administration.
I fully agree with
One
you.
of the biggest steps in becoming a dictator. If you ever watched that How to Be a Dictator, How to Become a Dictator on Netflix, it's great.
No.
Coincidentally, two of the people they mentioned as dictators were not dictators. That being said, one of the biggest proponents is to discredit the media. To lie, because then you can spread your propaganda. And if you combine that with our declining education system, there's a reason that they want the Department of Education dismantled. There's a reason that we switched to the factory school model. There's a reason why these things aren't taught in school. This is a long plan coming to fruition. The question is, how do you unindoctrinate or unbrainwash the people in your life who have fallen victim to this?
Yes, that's what I wanted to get at. Thank you. This is an obstacle, and how do we get around it?
And forgive me, guys, I'm currently trying to see the position of Renee's head in the vehicle because you can see the silhouette of a head, and I'm trying to, kind of change the coloration so that it makes that silhouette more obvious because I want to see at what point her head moves. And I think you might be able to see it, and I'm not 100% sure how to do it, but I'm fucking around with the stuff, so that's why I haven't been talking a lot. So y'all continue. I'm still going to figure this out.
Ignoring us, jeez.
I mean, I'm still listening, but I'm
I'm just yanking your chain. Yeah, and I mean, like, think about it. When did you remember hearing the term fake news being thrown around? Right around the time Donald Trump first became president. I mean, I know
fake
it
news.
Was, yeah, I know it was a word before he ever said it, but I mean, it's just he really whipped up a frenzy with all of that, and people I just don't know. I would like to hear how people think that you can dismantle those delusions in their head. Like, how do you get around that? If we're trying to see them as people like us, like, how do you talk to them if they don't even believe what they're saying?
I don't know. I'm a big fan of not being the educator to the masses. Like, I can do what I can. So I'll give you an example. My aunt is a Christian, tends to be a good person, but very MAGA. And at Christmas dinner, she called me a terrorist sympathizer because I was talking about the family that I take care of in Gaza. And it was like, I started a fundraiser, and she was like, how do you know it's not AI? How do you know they're not coming on their camera? And so now we have this whole AI obstacle added into everything, and it's just making everything more inflated. And I'm at the point where if you don't see a problem with ICE pew-pewing a woman in her face, a U.S. citizen, I'm no longer trying to get you on my side.
Yeah, I agree.
Here we
It's
go.
just if they don't believe it's true, then they can't even think like, oh, well, if it is true, then I would feel this way. They're just like, oh, it's AI or it's not real with their actors. It's like, what do we do?
All right, now
I
watch.
get it though. You can't educate the masses. Agreed.
The first shot has already been fired, right? You see it on the left. Boom, that's the first shot. Now watch this. Maybe the third shot or the second shot. Watch. Do you see the head right there?
Yes.
So it wasn't the first shot. He shot her in the side of the head, it looks like. Do you see that? Watch it. You see that?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
Yep. And I think that's even blood coming out.
And people are like, why are you so upset about this? I'm like, it's not upsetting for you to witness somebody's unaliving.
Boom, right there.
Like, it's so traumatic to watch these people be like murdered and attacked. It's like every time you get on social media, it's like right there. I'm sorry.
I came on
Redneck Preacher, I'd love you to come up here and explain to me how you think that she hit that person before he shot.
We just watched her brains be blown out.
I came on TikTok.
To answer your question.
Oh, sorry. And I don't know if anybody else saw this, but there was a DoorDasher who had gone to deliver food, and the late.
I have that video. I'll play that video.
You want to play it?
Yep,
Okay.
I'll play it. Give me just a second. I'd planned on playing it, but it hadn't really. There wasn't really a space. Give me a second. I got like 12,000 fucking things open here. I gotta find it.
That could be any one of you guys.
To answer your question, itty bitty, I believe the overwhelming majority of Americans are against a tyrannical government, and that affects everybody. You, me, even your MAGA relatives. I think most people could agree to that.
But they don't believe that it's a tyrannical government at this point. Many don't see it as, I mean, probably not as many as we think, but yeah, maybe we don't need those people because if they don't have a problem with this shit, then maybe they're just too far gone already.
From a logical perspective, reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime, RAS has to happen, and also jurisdiction applies in order to make the obstruction argument. I don't care what the order is. If those two criteria are not fulfilled, it is not a lawful order. At that point, any officer from
I don't any
care
state,
what agency it is.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Hold on. Any officer making any demands of you, you have zero obligation to comply, and they are overstepping their jurisdiction or their authority over you. And that is the definition of tyranny.
So you're saying because she didn't, I'm just trying to understand, because she didn't comply with their order and they unalived her, they overstepped their jurisdiction because...
No, the overstepping was the fact that unless they can fulfill those two requirements of RAS and jurisdiction, because we have to understand, this is ICE. ICE is about immigration and customs law. That's what they enforce, right? They don't enforce traffic tickets. That's states and local rights.
Right, but they're just going to use the excuse that she was obstructing, and so that's why they intervened.
Okay. That's fine. They can make that case that they're obstructing. The problem is, I said it earlier, the pink elephant that everybody sees on the wall, hopefully, is that big silver ICE SUV obstructing her. And we can see with the door open, right? Okay. So, the obstruction argument. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me play this video. And we can get back to that also here in a second, but
Have a warrant?
They don't have a warrant.
They said they'll get one.
They said they'll get one.
Okay, if they get one, then they're gonna break the door down.
That's fine, but I don't want to open the door if they don't have a warrant. Because this was my DoorDash lady. I don't even know the lady. She just ran to my house.
All right.
I have a baby here. Like, I really don't know what to do. I'll open the door if the police, say that I have to open the door, but, I don't know what to do. This lady just was shot yesterday. Now, I ordered fucking food, and there's people outside my fucking house.
Cheyenne, I'm on my way, okay? All right.
What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I'm so scared. James, come downstairs.
Cheyenne.
What? I literally ordered DoorDash, and now there's ICE agents around my house because the lady ran in my house, and I don't know what to do because I don't know. They have no warrant. They have no warrant. They said that they were going to get one. I don't know what to do. I called the police. The police are on their way.
yeah, what an interesting scenario. So she orders DoorDash person just comes into the house, I guess, and then ICE shows up. What would you guys do?
I'd protect the woman.
It's important to note that this woman had a valid identification. She was the woman, the DoorDasher was a U.S. citizen who had her ID on her. And a little later on in the video, they get her ID and they press it up to the window and they're like, this DoorDasher is a U.S. citizen. And they're like, well, we ran her plates.
Where was this? Was this in Minneapolis?
I'm not sure exactly where it took place.
I don't know.
I was just curious because that town is just being freaking terrorized.
Let me
that is so scary.
Doesn't law enforcement, regardless if they're ICE or not, require a written authorized warrant from a judge to enter a private residence unless you invite them in?
I don't know, but they're not following the law.
Exigent
on the world stage.
There's circumstances where if they see an immigrant go into a house, I believe they do have the authority to enter that house.
Yeah, but she wasn't an immigrant. They just thought that she was.
Oh well, I'm just saying that they would in that instance, I believe, have the authority to go in there. Same with
if they have a suspicion of that.
Right.
It depends on the state. Like in New York, even if they saw her run in, the police still wouldn't have a right to go in. They would need a warrant.
Yeah, it does depend on the state.
It's
thank you. I'm gonna have to jump off because I've got a interview with a lawyer, so I'm gonna have to get off.
St. Paul, Minnesota. St. Paul.
Thank you very much.
So
thanks for sharing.
See ya. Thank you.
Yeah. See ya. Bye.
So in every situation that this concept of a warrant is not challenged, the tyranny is encroaching upon your door. Every situation. Because we're allowing it to happen.
Well, that lady wasn't. She was like, you ain't coming in here without a warrant, motherfucker.
And she had a baby, too. Can you imagine? And they're just going around pew-pewing people. I'd be scared to fucking death. I'd be scared to death.
The only time they care, or at least claim to care, is when it's a fetus.
Yeah, like George Carlin said, have you seen his stand-up for conservatives? And they only care about you and when you're born, then you don't get nothing. No Head Start, no school lunch, no nothing, just like a big F you.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. He was
a legend. He everything he said came true.
Oh, Redneck Preacher, you came up. I appreciate it. I didn't even see you. I sent you a request. So what is your take, Redneck?
So on the Renee Good ordeal, I've watched every video out there. She backed the vehicle up. What you can't see on the side view very well is there's an ICE agent directly in front of her. She's been told to exit the vehicle by federal law enforcement, which is a legal, which is something she should have done. She said no. She tried to evade. She hit the ICE officer. After she hit him, she was shot. It was a justified shooting.
It was not. She was given contradictory orders to get out and to leave.
You're making
It
me
was
so
a
mad
legal
right
order
now.
for her to leave.
You're making
Okay.
me so
No
mad.
juris. They had no
Okay,
juris.
hold on, guys. Why do we
She's been
have
harassing
why do we
us
have a
all
bunch of
day
people
long.
talking at the same time?
She was
Like
walking
I
on
know
the
everybody wants to rebut what he's saying, but let's do it one at a time because then nobody can hear the rebuttal, and it makes us sound like we're crazy people. So one at a time. Well, okay. I don't think that's necessary. Redneck.
I think Chip was trying to speak.
You think who was trying to speak? Chip?
Chip. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard from Chip in a bit, and then Poetivity is the newest. So, Chip, if you wanted to respond, go ahead. If not, Poetivity can take it.
No, Poetivity can go.
Go ahead, Poetivity.
Thank you. First of all, I'm sick of you fucking rednecks. And the reason I am is because you have no right to like look at this video and determine that it was a justified killing.
Ma'am, I'm a disabled veteran. So before you go there, you better check your shit. You liberal
Redneck.
idiot.
Redneck. It's her turn to talk. Let her rebut, and then if you want to say something, you can say it after. That's how this works, okay? Go ahead, Poe.
You have no right to look at these videos and determine whether or not it was justified. In fact, the only place that should be happening is in a courtroom with a jury and some lawyers who have examined the case. In the meantime, we have a woman who lost her life, who was unarmed, who was in a car just after having dropped off her child. And there are multiple angles, but none of them are for you to examine. You just need to say, let the Justice Department take care of it. If they prove in court that he's innocent, then fine, I'll accept that he's innocent. Until then, your little examinations of all of the videos and your conclusion does not matter. But what does matter is this woman is dead. And her child is an orphan.
Redneck, hold on, Redneck.
Her child has lost her now, and she was a poet. She was educated. She was kind. She was serving her community. She had children, and she had a relationship, and she had a house, and she was a responsible member of our society that was unalived by these irresponsible and cowardly men.
Good Lord, that was loud. Sorry, guys. I meant to turn that down before it did that. I didn't get there quick enough. I just want to Redneck. I don't know if you saw this because I played it earlier, but let me just pull up the video so that we're all like talking about the same thing here. This is the moment that the first shot is fired. I just want you to look down here, right here. That is the man's foot on the other side of the vehicle. The moment that he fired, and look, it's frame by frame, right? So the moment he fired the gun, he was on the other side of the vehicle. He was out of the way of the vehicle, and the wheel is turned to the right, meaning she wasn't even aiming for the guy. So no, it was not a justified shooting at all. Just wasn't. I mean, you don't get to say because the car is moving, I'm in imminent danger. If that was the case, we'd have parking lots would be fucking war zones. Anytime somebody's reversing, oh my God, the car was coming at me. I shot the guy in the face. That's crazy.
Here's what you're not able to see. The officer that's directly in front of the vehicle, play the one from front view.
Can you provide that?
It doesn't
provide the source that shows.
No,
I was asking if he could
I can find it. I can find it, but that is a worse view. Not only is the video grainy as fuck, it actually doesn't show the correct. It doesn't show the correct perspective, Redneck.
Yes,
because
it does.
no, it doesn't. Watch
It
this
doesn't show
does.
the perspective
Watch.
you're trying to put.
He should provide that source.
This is
Can
the
you
fact.
Provide it?
Watch.
Redneck.
He was
Redneck.
in. Hold on, itty bitty.
Sorry.
He was in front of the vehicle, right? We know that. There's no disputing that.
You can't see when her vehicle hits him.
It doesn't hit him. It doesn't hit him.
6 months ago.
He leaned over, and I'm going to show you again. Yes, he did.
Bumped into him first.
Yes, he did. And matter of fact, I'm going to go get that video that you're talking about because it shows and proves that ICE agent leaned over the hood to put that gun as close to her face as he could so he wouldn't miss.
Okay.
Because he's leaning forward like this. If he was hit, guess what happens if you get hit by a car? You go the opposite direction, don't you? But he didn't. He was leaning forward. He was leaning over in the video that you're talking about, and I'll go grab it.
Liberal, I know you're good at this kind of thing. Can you zoom in on those stickers on the back of her car? I'm trying to determine what exactly.
They're national park stickers.
They're national park stickers?
Yeah, I already saw it. They're national parks.
Does she have any indication that she doesn't like Trump or that she's gay on there? That's what I'm wondering. Because
I don't think
if these Christian nationalists, I mean, they've been talking for years about taking LGBTQIA people and dumping them out of helicopters into the sea. Like they've been talking about that for a long time. And it just makes me wonder. It just makes me wonder if these a-holes saw something that indicated that to them, and that's why they targeted her. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
They've said that she's a legal observer, so there's a possibility that she's been in the area with these same ICE agents before, but there's nothing solid. There's no guarantee.
Okay.
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
Now I'm trying to find that other video because it actually kind of goes to the point that we're making anyway.
Am I sorry she's going? Yes, I am, but she made her choice.
But
legal observer.
She didn't choose to get shot in the face.
She chose to put herself between ICE and their job.
No, she did not.
Redneck, I just think that if you make these claims, you should provide proof. Do you have the video that shows that he was hit?
Yes, I've got the video that he wants me to play, and I'll go through it again because it doesn't show what he wants it to show.
Right, thank you.
Redneck, you know who you are?
This is the video.
I know who you are, Redneck. You are a person who in 1930s Germany would have turned in Anne Frank. That's who you are. That's who you are. That is who you are.
This angle is worse.
100% who you are. You're telling me right now
that why Tim Walz is trying to pull insurrection
who hid the family
against its own people?
That the person who hid the family of Anne Frank were the criminals because they were trying to put themselves between the Gestapo and Anne Frank and her family. And that's what you're saying.
You turn yourselves in for being a domestic terrorist. I'm out of here with y'all's bullshit.
Look, Redneck.
You are the terrorist.
Do you see how this man is leaned basically at 90-degree angle? Did he drop?
Can I zoom in because I can barely see it on the big screen.
I can't zoom in this instance because I've
you already saw the video. I thought hasn't he already seen this video?
No. Just look. I mean, I'll go backwards. The guy is leaned forward. He literally leaned over. He planted himself and leans over the hood of the car. I shit you not.
That's when she hit him with the vehicle.
No, that's when he was getting out of the way of the vehicle.
You know, why isn't he on the ground then? And
there's an aerial view that shows
look at this. No. Look at this.
She just missed him. She just missed him. That's what happened.
No, she hit him.
All right, good.
Okay, imminent danger.
There is a video.
Hold on.
From the house across the street.
On. Yes, I know. I played it this morning. I want you to show. This is before he shoots. Look where his feet are, Redneck. He's not getting run over.
That's after he'd done been hit.
He is already out of the way. If he was hit and he wasn't dying, you're saying that because somebody hit me, she wasn't.
There's no two ways about
That's a
that.
fucking lie. That's a lie.
It's not.
It's a lie borne out by the
You don't want to
facts.
believe the facts.
No, let me show you the facts. Let me show you the facts right here. I'm going to pull it up yet again. I've shown you already. We're going to go fucking frame by frame yet again, since for whatever reason, you don't seem to get it. Both of his feet. When he fires, both of his feet are on the other side of the car, sir. He's already out of the way. And look at that tire. Do you see that tire? Watch this tire. Does that tire look turned to the right to you, sir? Because you claimed that she was trying to use her vehicle as a deadly weapon, and he ran because he knows this proves him fucking wrong. Her tire was turned to the right. She was trying to avoid this fucking guy who put himself in front of the fucking vehicle, which you're not supposed to do. And instead of getting out of the fucking way, he leans over the hood, puts the fucking gun as close to her face as possible, and he pulls the goddamn trigger once she's already past him and starting to go away. And then he fires 2 more times. One of those times, he actually fires behind her.
Yeah.
And we can see that.
Also dangerous because it puts bystanders in danger too by the car. Like, look, she crashed into a car.
Yep, he fires again.
He could have hit her wife too. And
right here.
Someone said ICE may know her from previous protests. She lived in that neighborhood. I don't know if you heard me when I said that, but like, I guess her house was apparently right there. And that's why they had that massive candle vigil for her, because she had just moved there. So, yeah, I just wanted to point that out.
Liberal, see that in the last frame that you showed, you can see that there's like windows from a house across the street or a building across the street. There is actually video from that angle, and it is perfectly clear. He was nowhere in danger, and there is nothing that can be disputed from that video. I just saw it this morning, and it is absolutely clear that this was zero danger to him. And it's not the video you just showed. It's the video from across the street, from that house across the street. It's got plenty of room. It shows her waving him through. It shows everything in the clearest video I've seen. And it is.
Well, I played one from Anderson Cooper from a video across the road showing her pulling up also.
Well, that one is not.
That's not the one you're talking about?
No, that's not the. I haven't seen the one on your thing that I'm talking about. The one that I saw this morning is from that house directly across the street. It has the view of her parked on the side, waving people by, and all of the people around the car. And he was in zero danger. And it's absolutely clear in that video.
Well, now let's look at this same officer or fucking ICE, dotard guy. Let's watch what actual harm looks like. This is him, I guess, a week prior.
This home security video shows a driver taking off during a traffic stop, dragging a deportation officer with him.
That was the officer that was just fired on that lady.
You'd think he'd
being dragged,
stepping in front of cars.
Yeah, well, I think they're being trained to do it.
That it was him. I would like evidence that it was him, because if that was a week before, I'm pretty sure he would be in the hospital.
It wasn't a week before. It was 6 months ago.
I got
6 months ago. There you go.
There's court documents on it.
I got a question that hasn't been presented. All the agents immediately next to the shooting agent, right? Why aren't they drawing their weapons? Right? If the guy's in danger, they should be protecting their fellow agent.
Maybe they didn't like the guy. They were like, get him. I probably wouldn't like that guy either. He seems like an asshole.
These people are horrible. They're absolutely horrible. And they're just creating the tea in our country. It's awful.
There is no tea in our country coming. You mean that they're the ones responsible for it?
Yeah, they're creating it. They're organized tea groups in our country. That's what they are. Right. And this administration has got to go. They've got to go. I don't know what the Republicans are thinking to keep them in power, because this is not the country we live in. We live in a country filled with humor. Sometimes just in order to have a good day, I have to imagine that Harris is president right now, and that the majority of people are now driving electric cars, and that's dropped the price of gas down to 23 cents a gallon. We have started to actually win the battle of climate change because of her policies. The economy is thriving. Everybody's employed. We're actually got passed that immigration bill that Biden tried to pass.
Found it.
And we have insane immigration policies. And yeah, that's better.
Is this the video?
This angle.
This might be the video. Yeah, this might be it.
As the vehicle passes, you can see the dark-colored SUV driven by Renee Nicole Good. That's on the right there in the back. The surveillance video taken by a home nearby. Agents can be seen milling about near the vehicle, then converging on it. And then you see right there the SUV begins to move, and that's when the shots are fired.
Slow-mo. Look at this. And this, guys, was all within seconds of her moving the vehicle.
Oh, wow. So they're the ones on the
prior to
left
this, the
in
video
this video,
shows
right?
the SUV had been stationary and sideways across the road like that for about 3 minutes.
This was
The
an
reason for that
execution.
is unclear.
CNN has obtained some new video. Again, it's grainy.
Let me see if
The
there's
worst footage for me was
here's
seeing her
here's that other footage.
Shows Renee Good's maroon Honda Pilot entering from the right there. Then 20 seconds later, someone gets out on the passenger side. We don't know who or why this person leaves the car. We then see her turn and pull perpendicular across the street, seeming to block the way. But as you see here, leaving room for vehicles to pass by her.
It's bullshit that they cut all of that out because if you notice it flashing and all of a sudden there's a bunch of cars there. I want the fucking part of the footage that shows the entire clip.
Can you replay that? I didn't notice that.
Trying to turn around and go back the other way. Like
As you see here, leaving room for vehicles to pass.
See? Yeah, they just cut
away.
all of that out.
But as you see here, leaving room for vehicles.
See? Like, why in the fuck? Like, what?
Vehicles to pass by her on either side. Finally, there is this new angle of the federal officer who shot her. He arrives. Another federal SUV pulls up. As the ICE officer briefly goes back to his car, then he returns, and with another agent grabbing at her door, she starts to move forward. Again, it's hard to see.
He didn't fall. He didn't stumble. He didn't fucking limp afterwards.
So did somebody really get out of the car? Because I didn't notice that.
Yeah, her wife.
Somebody got out of the car and headed into the building there. And then it looked like she dropped somebody off and then was getting ready to turn around and head back the way she came. And
it's a one-way street. So we did determine it is a one-way street. So if she was pulling a UE, because that was my initial thought, it would have been illegal. Of course, ICE wouldn't have been able to pull her over, but that's beside the point.
I just wanted to add one thing to that.
She knew it was a one-way street. Maybe she didn't know.
I think she lived on the street. I think she lived there because somebody said somebody shot my neighbor.
Yeah, she lived right on the street.
Well, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Apex said he wanted to say something.
Just real quick. So I think she was trying to flee, trying to escape. But I mean that again doesn't constitute a lethal outcome. So for one, number two, I've unfortunately gone down a one-way myself, not on purpose, but hopefully that doesn't happen to me if that was the case. And number three, you have a moving vehicle. So if you are pew-pewing at the driver of a moving vehicle, what if there were like other cars or other bystanders that just approached? Then that essentially you created a vehicular weapon, right? Because now the driver has no control because the driver, was pew-pewed. So,
right.
That's what happened.
That's why you're not supposed to do that. That's why you're not supposed to do that.
The other car.
Yeah, go ahead, Sensei.
To her, to her credit, like she had a bullet in her head, so she couldn't really.
Well, no, duh. That's what I'm saying. Because of him shooting her, she crashed into another car, and he created what if she crashed into a human, or what if there were people in that car? Who knows if there was? I don't think there was.
ICE doesn't care.
No.
You know what's making me really sick is the digging that the right wing is doing into her past right now. They did
it to Michael Brown too.
Yeah, they did it to the person that Kyle Rittenhouse unalived. Like, they dig into the past, like a person's past excuses what happened.
Right.
Like, you can see a person walking down the street and just know that they have a bad past, so you have a right to unalive them.
Right.
It's like the craziest extrajudicial unaliving excuses that I've ever seen. And I refuse to accept. I don't care if she was a stripper in a nightclub who slept with, every man who ever gave her $2. I don't care what her past was. I don't care how dark it was. They had no right to take her life, no matter what.
Yeah, these people they're disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. And guys, I do have a gifting goal of 50 donuts. If you want to support the live, please gift. I appreciate that. And shout out real quick to Positivity for the $10 you sent, I guess, several days ago. I had missed it on that live, so I wanted to give a shout out to you today.
I usually try and send you money as soon as I drop down, but I've just been so busy lately, I forgot to do it. So I'm sorry.
Well, I seen it and I was like, well, damn it, I hope I didn't miss it on the live. So I'm glad to know that it was after the live. So, I appreciate it. Yeah.
It was just later when I was like, did I send him? And then I was like, oh no, I didn't. So I appreciate the live that you run, and I want you to be supported by it because you do a good job. And so every time I come up, I try and send something when I have it. So
yeah, and I'm always appreciative. And guys, if you want to buy me on coffee, you can. I have Crash App and Vimo. It's on my profile. If you want the exact, how to spell it, but it's $LibLoudmouth or @LibLoudmouth. That's Crash App and Vimo, respectively. I am trying to, do this, and pay bills and stuff. So if you want to support me to help me keep going. Because otherwise I'm gonna have to go.
If I buy you a coffee, make it a Starbucks coffee, like $10 to $12.
Right,
because,
shit's expensive.
I mean, yeah, and then just skip it that day and go to your local one that's like $3 or $4 because, we need to put out good stuff for these content creators.
I want to beat the unalived silver elephant on the wall again, because we clearly saw that SUV blocking her, impeding her path, just sitting there, the ICE SUV, right? In order to make a lawful order, 2 criteria must be fulfilled, right? RAS and jurisdiction. Obstruction was due to that big SUV in front of her, unless you suggest that she ran the SUV.
Well, okay, so let me rebut that a little bit, because in this footage, and I'll pull it up here again, you'll notice that when she pulls into the road, the way that she was pulled, that car was not there. Here it is. So you can see what she'll pull up.
Or why this person leaves the car. We then see her turn and
see, she turns into the road, but you notice there's nobody over here. That vehicle isn't there. It doesn't show up until sometime
the street,
later,
seeming to block the way.
And then see all of a
as
sudden,
you see here, leaving room for vehicles to.
There's that vehicle doesn't show up till later, and for that's why I'm pissed that they cut the rest of that out, because certainly they have that footage. Why they chose to cut that out, I don't know, but I think that's relevant. I think that will tell us more of, why or what she was doing. But hopefully the wife at some point will speak about it. I haven't heard her explaining what was going on and why, the vehicle was pulled in. As if it matters, though. I mean, blocking the road is problematic, obviously, but she wasn't even technically blocking the road. It was the bike lane. There's a bike lane, a big-ass bike lane, the size of an entire lane. So
I wonder if she saw those officers abusing somebody, turned perpendicular in the road with her window down to yell at them and tell them what they were doing was wrong.
That may be true.
I mean, she was a poet, and we can tell from my name that poets are kind of loudmouths about this stuff. Like, it's our job with art to fight fascism and fight oppression and fight unkindness, really, in a world that's filled with it. And I wonder if that's why they approached her car in the first place, and why he thought, I'm gonna kill her. Maybe she was yelling, shame on you, stop what you're doing, all that stuff, maybe. And I wonder what was happening down the street with those agents before she
or like have you guys ever you've been in an area, residential or parking lot or whatever, and you use your vehicle to just take you over to somebody to talk to them. And so you're not necessarily abiding by all of the rules, but there's nobody around, so you know that there's no danger or whatever. And you use your vehicle to position yourself to where you can speak to somebody, whether it's somebody in the road or have you ever done that? Right? Like you're just kind of cruising around.
Many times.
It is certainly possible that there's like nobody there. Let's assume that the ICE hasn't even shown up yet, right? That they're not even there. And she's got her neighbors are outside. She just dropped her wife off. And so other people around there, maybe she's just pulled up into the road because she's talking to somebody or they're, doing something. And when somebody shows up, she waves them on, as we saw in the video. Because a truck went behind her and that car went in front of her. So it's entirely possible that she was just doing some mundane, inane thing. And then ICE all of a sudden pulls up and comes, one car goes around her to block that way. And then she's probably like, what the fuck is going on? And then here comes this truck and these two fucking Nazis show up, trying to open her door. And she's like, get the fuck out of here. It's possible.
Yeah. She's got the double bravery too, because she's not only a poet, but she was LGBTQ. And so LGBTQ people, they will stand up and fight for anybody they see being picked on. And I'm going to bet that ICE was there doing something kind of sketchy looking. And she probably rolled down her window and yelled at him to stop. And that's why they attacked her. I'm going to bet that that's the true story.
Yeah, I mean that's is plausible. Or it's also plausible that ICE had her on a list and went there to fuck with her, to try and find her, to do, because we've seen them do that before. To that one lady, they smashed into her car and then shot her. Remember that? And she drove herself like to the hospital or whatever, or to a gas station. Yeah, that was targeted. So
and they were bragging about like 5 shots, 7 holes or something. It was like awful. These people are awful, and I don't know if they get paid extra if they actually discharge their firearm. I suspect they do.
Can you imagine if we find out that they have an internal policy of like, how they in the NFL they used to, if you injure one of the opposing team members, you'll get a bonus. Remember they were doing that shit.
Do you remember Pam Bondi said we're going to treat these liberal radicals just like we treat the cartel? Like, this is the way they treat the cartel. And maybe that's why those ICE agents said that those ICE agents were like high-fiving each other on the way to the car. And if that is true, which I don't know, I haven't seen it, but if that is true, I bet there's a bonus system in there. I bet.
I have no evidence to suggest that that's true, but it's, it's not beyond the realm of possibility. Gotta say. Now, did somebody else want to jump in on this? We've got 2 people here. Is that Hazem? Hazem, did you want to jump in?
السلام عليكم أخي حازم Gaza, please أخي.
Oh, I see. Yeah. You're in Gaza.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I wish Noor was here because I can't vet anybody. Until I can vet you, Hazem, I'm going to go ahead and drop you, okay? Reach out to Noor if you know Noor and have her reach out to me, please. Thank you. If I can't vet them, I just, because I there's a lot of, scammers going around. That makes me feel bad, but at the same time, I don't want somebody giving money to a scam if I don't have anybody to vet.
Can you check something? I heard that Vladimir Putin had a serious heart attack.
Oh God, how many times have we heard that though?
No, I mean,
you know what I mean? Like
he had a heart attack, I guess, when he was sleeping, and they ended up reviving him, according to this source. And I just wanted to see if it was true or not.
Okay, so in 2023, Putin collapsed on the floor. I don't see anything from like recent, no news or anything like that.
This would have been supposedly last night.
Parents been found unalived. No, I don't see anything, and I hadn't heard anything about it. Blackwing, welcome in. Or did Chip? Did you want to? You haven't spoken in a while. Did you want to say something before Blackwing goes?
I just wanted
to just real quick. That guy that came up was pretty angry. I want to just remind everybody, and I know this gets tense because people don't like the other side, but in the end, people from the right and the left at the working class level, if you're below $500 million, we have more in common than we do with the people that have the $500 million to the 10, 20 billion. And they're the ones that are steering us into a ditch and exacerbating all this infighting. So while we can have contentious arguments and debates, it's painful for me to hear people call each other like stupid liberal or fascist and stuff like that, because in the end, we're all going to be exploited equally. Those rich people could give a shit about blue hair or conservatism. That doesn't matter to them. They know one thing: it's money, exploitation, and power. So we're going to have to work with the MAGA neighbors and the blue-haired liberals to come together economically to overcome the changing tide. I just want to keep that out there, because in the end, the party system is just meant to divide us.
That's true, but I have a hard time finding common ground with people who want to live in a country where the government is allowed to just tell you whatever and you have to do what they say. And if you don't, then they're allowed to kill you. If somebody believes that to their core, where do you go from there? It's a little strange.
Yeah, I have trouble uniting with people who would put this P3DO criminal in power and think that it's a good thing. Like, he is not a good president. He has created chaos in our society. He's denying climate change. He's doing terrible things to the world. We're going to lose our national parks probably under him, which I love. And he is all of a monster, and people who support him, I have nothing in common with them.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Chip. I do agree with you, Chip. I'm just saying, like, there are lines where I just, you know what I mean? And I can't tell if they're being genuine, that they believe that you should just comply, or if they're just rhetorically trying to fit, you know what I mean, so that they don't have to disagree with the guy that they voted for. I mean,
the good news is a lot of the conservatives who have principles like the ones that Poetivity just lined out, they're upset. They have buyer's remorse regarding Donald Trump. There are some blind loyalists, which is painful to have anybody be blindly loyal no matter what side they're on. And I agree with you. If they agree that we should be just lay down our rights and just let somebody trample over top of us with weapons, that's absurdity just because it's your team doing it. But at the same time, again, if we're ever going to overcome this, and I only say this out of pragmatism, politics makes strange bedfellows. We're going to have to find a way, just like when you're in a company and you're getting screwed by the workforce, you both want a better deal, pay, benefits, whatever, childcare, healthcare. You're not going to say to the guy at the water cooler, well, you voted for Trump, so I'm not going to work on overcoming the company screwing us. You're going to have to be pragmatic, right. Hold your nose, and link arms. And that's what we're not willing to do, and that's why we're going to get fucked.
Well, in like with that message I got about you, Chip, trying to cancel your ass. And I'm like, you know what? You guys need to get the fuck out of here. I'm so sick of you pieces of shit. You don't care about racism at all. These motherfuckers. They only do that whenever you're anti-Zionist or fucking talk about what Israel does to this country. And they pick and choose the people that they associate with. It's fucking gross. I'm sick of it. Sensei, you were trying to jump in? Go ahead.
Hey, I haven't talked.
Oh, Blackwing. Well, Blackwing, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to play a clip from Jasmine Crockett right quick. This is what she said about the whole incident that basically happened with Renee Good.
Yeah, I think I've heard it, but go ahead.
It's so hard to sit here sometimes because I didn't come to Congress to write laws or to do things that are hurting people. I'm just asking if there's any decency or heart or courage on that side of the aisle. The fact that a woman was killed, she was shot in her head, and y'all are pretending like nothing happened. I remember when Charlie Kirk got killed. Do you remember what our response was? Our response wasn't to sit there and pretend like it was okay. Is it okay because you have a badge? Because the last time I checked, allegedly no one is above the law. Can y'all not just have a little bit of courage and humanity? A child. asking if there is anyone that will stand for the very people that elected us and sent us to Congress. You tell us things like, well, the immigrants are bad, and so we got to get all these bills because the immigrants are the ones that are causing the harm, they're bringing the crime. The mayor of Minneapolis told y'all to get the fuck out. Yet y'all are the ones, it is this administration that is bringing crime to their streets. That's what's happening.
It's the third incident where somebody has dropped an F-bomb in this committee, including the video.
I'm sorry.
Including the video that we had to watch earlier.
Are your princess ears okay?
Is it profanity?
But
The committee says the ears are representative. The committee.
About the fact that a
Are
woman
you
House
sorry?
of Representatives.
The gentlelady. Are we offending your princess ears?
What the fuck, man?
All members.
Well, maybe some of the kids out there.
Mr. Chairman, these are the gentlemen. You're killing them.
They're worried about the fucking F word. Get these worthless pieces of absolute dog trash. Fucking support this Nazi fucking fascist dictator, and they're upset because somebody said the F word on the floor. Fuck every last one of these people.
This is the reason why I had to play it, because I'm literally going like this. It wasn't just one little girl that just lost her mom. It was 3 children. She's a mother of 3. Second thing, she was going out of work. I have watched that video 18 times from 15 different directions, including 3 door cams. 3, including her own. So I'm literally going like this. There is no sympathy for anybody that's saying that this woman was a domestic T because of what? Of a mall cop that just got a badge? Because I used to work with them for 27 fucking... can I be myself today? Please, can I be myself? For 27 fucking years, I literally had to work with these assholes. They was happy as hell when they got their damn badge. Now they got a badge and a gun. No, Pum. My bad. Shout out to the TikTok shop. That's what they got. You just let a bunch of mall cops have authority. You just let a bunch of Cartmans out into the world. Kudos to you, DJT. Kudos to you, bitch.
Yeah, I feel your fucking frustration, man. And real quick, side point, I just saw this. Raw, thank you for the $25. I appreciate it. This is, like, that is crazy to me, the fact that they're going to browbeat her for saying the F word. What kind of weird society are we living in? Because they did the same shit to me too, guys. I said fucking bullshit, and they tried to say that was verbal harassment. I just happened to use those words about a policy, and they quoted that. I actually got played in federal court, by the way.
We can't even be ourselves on this. That what makes you think we can be ourselves, basically in a place where laws are being passed? Think about it.
Yeah. No, we're talking about this was a book with cum shots in it, and that was in there for years, and they banned me for saying fucking bullshit. This is kind of a side point, a side gripe, but is it not weird that we clutch pearls when somebody says the F word, and then like somebody can be shot in the face, and they're like, "Oh, I was just fine." They go and bomb these people in international waters. We fly aircraft into a fucking country and kidnap and fucking abduct a leader. But don't you say that F word. We need some decorum up in this bitch. It's so weird. Anyway. What the fuck, y'all?
So... to say that we don't have anything in common with MAGA, but we do. We all have our necks. We all have the 1% all have their boots on all of our necks. Right. There's no doubt about that. Whether they acknowledge or not.
This is insane. And then 2 more people the next day are shot by ICE while in their car. We can't accept this anymore. Now, Chip, do you think that economically speaking, if we do that economically, do you think that will, cause the cessation of unalivings, or do you think it'll ramp it up? Like initially?
My take is I know this is pessimistic and I don't like being a pessimist, but my take is that the country is cooked. And the country's cooked not because we the people don't have some power. It's that it's been so devastated and it's been so set up for failure at this point. I believe this is all by design, by the way. If you understand the prophecy of those who are the Kabbalah worshiping group, small hat wearing gear, they, not just everybody, but of course that small subset, this is part of their design. They want to have what's called Edom fall. And so they're purposely gutting our country, inflation, using our military to stretch and start conflict. The idea is that we all kill each other and they emerge out of the ashes and control shit. And that's exactly what's going to happen, I think. So my answer is no, short answer. I think we're fucked.
Yeah. Well, we can't give up though. You got to do what you can do. But that's why, like, to me, the important thing is for the states to try and save the union to some degree instead of like the people revolting, because that's, they're just going to come down like a ton of bricks. And I mean, Donald Trump is clearly willing to send military into the cities to just unalive everybody. Well, they were all, they looked at me wrong. He had terror in his eyes. I could tell he was a terrorist. That's all they have to say. And then, 30% of the population be like, yeah, they were a Democrat. They had purple hair.
A mother of T is in the same category as, I don't know, the dude that blew up, the dude that basically boom damn on the Oklahoma City Hospital.
Timothy McVeigh.
In the same category?
Right.
A mom of 3 is the same as basically the unaliver.
Yeah. Yeah.
A mom of 3? Are y'all fucking kidding me?
That's crazy. Now, have we confirmed that she had just dropped off her children? I've heard this, but I haven't, really seen any confirmation that was the case. Did anybody see?
I hope them babies, them babies are not going to be the same after this, because all it was in her glove compartment was a bunch of stuffed toys for her. All it was in the back seat of the car was a baby seat. But now in the windshield, there's a 9mm basically hole where she was unalive 3 times in her windshield. I really wonder how they can turn this around to the point that basically the cop is the hero in the situation. Until I have to realize I'm a black man living in America. They do that all the time.
Well, here's one good thing is that somebody has raised $1.5 million for the family. There are probably half a dozen of these. I've seen another one that had raised $300,000, another one that had raised $10,000. So at least in that vein, those children will be taken care of. I fucking certainly hope so. I mean, well, if it doesn't go to them, GoFundMe will take that money back, and they'll reimburse the people. We've seen that before. So I don't know if it's legit or not, but I mean, damn, $1.5 million. If somebody was trying to scam at that point, they're probably like, if they're scamming, because you don't get $1.5 million and then nobody's looking at it, right? So if they thought maybe they'd scrape $2,000-$3,000 out of people, yeah. Geez, I don't know. Maybe Chip is right, though. You know, it's probably we're all fucked. But do you see a path forward at all, Chip, with the globe correcting this? Or do you think they've just been so successful this time around? Because they, you know, it was apparently has been tried before.
Well, the only countries that really have a chance to do much, China mostly, and maybe to some extent Russia, but they have their own problems. China shows a lot of restraint, and they have a lot of economic entanglements with us, both in owning our debt as well as having, of course, mutual trade agreements. So they're going to put up with a lot of nonsense until the benefits of not putting up outweigh the benefits of putting up with it. And so they're making difficult but pragmatic decisions right now. I don't think that anybody's going to come into the region in the Middle East, because we've seen no indication of anybody's going to rescue any of the states being attacked by those regional powers. So I think a lot of it is depending on what they do with Iran and what happens with that next conflict. I do know that right now, and this is just to add something to that all of the Russian people that are in Israel have been pulled. And all of the Iranian officials, people that were in Iran, have been pulled out of those two states. So the Russians have withdrawn their diplomatic staff from both of those countries, which tells me that they're about to go at it hard. So the U.S. is bringing massive amounts of air power, air refueling. So it looks like they're mounting a potential attack on Iran in the coming weeks, which is going to suck. It's just yet another war that we're going to start and fight for Israel. But I think that's the path. And again, what has happened, this is no different than what's been happening for in modern history. You have a small group of people with money, a lot of intelligence, a lot of craftiness, and they get into a society and they start turning things to their favor by paying people off and blackmailing and bullying them and doing all these things to use their small power to overcome the broader population. And America is the worst example of it yet, where we are today. And we have a leader, unfortunately, that plays right into their hands. Probably one of them now. Somebody said he converted in 2017, but even if he didn't, that'd be even worse. We're cucked. We have a government that's bought off by a very small group of people and doing the bidding of the wealthy members among them, as well as the military objectives in that region and elsewhere. And that's where we find ourselves. We have to say, listen, the movement should be called enough. We're just not going to take it anymore. And that's why I'm saying, unless you want to fight firepower, which I think is the last resort, because we don't have as much firepower as the government and police has, the only thing else that will cripple them is money. The monetary system requires participation and consumption by us. So we're going to have to find a way. It's like taking a steel rod and someone's riding down the street who's beating everybody up, and you stick it in the wheel.
Throw it in the tire.
And it just stops it. And we have to stop the gears. And then they'll have to listen, just like a company, when they're faced with the reality of losing market share and their business operations screeching to a halt, has to negotiate with the union.
Yeah.
And right now we have separated, we have no leverage.
Yeah, no, I wonder, because I'm certain that Trump is going to go back into Iran. I figured he would, even right after he fucking did it the first time. I wonder if he will try to do what he's doing in Venezuela and just take it over.
Well, that's a much different situation. Iran, it's been around forever, and it's a very difficult terrain to manage. It's got 90+ million people.
Well, I don't mean directly. I mean just the person that comes to power in there is going to be our guy, and they'll just do whatever we want.
Well, that's what we did in the 50s when we overthrew the elected government then. Not going to be as easy now, though. The systems that they have to defend their country are far greater than what we're being told. So I do know this: if Israel attacks them again, they said publicly, and I think they'll follow through, they're going to unleash their entire ballistic missile program at Israel all at once. So it's going to destroy the country, basically. So I hope Israel doesn't attack and use the United States to do it. But I don't think they're going to show as much restraint.
That happens, do you think Israel will just nuke them?
Well, probably some release of at least tactical weapons will start to be used.
Yeah, because what Iran did to Israel was impressive, in my opinion. They only
used a minor fraction of their ballistic missiles to do it.
Yeah, and I'm like, you guys aren't as tough, because I see some of these IDF soldiers, and I'm like, this is not the most powerful military on earth. What the fuck are we talking about? These people are a bunch of fucking doofuses. Their power is
they're beating up they're good at beating up the elderly and shooting children and women. But when it comes to fighting men, they're the most cowardly people. They drop bombs on people like champions, but face to face, they're cowards.
Yeah, now we got a couple new people in here. Forgive me, guys. I got sidetracked and was in a trance on that conversation. Leo, Geo, go ahead, man. You wanted to jump in there on something? And thank you for being patient for the record.
Commentary and Chip's been kind of tacking it right to the wall on. I spend a lot of time tracking and monitoring the entirety of the network in the lobby, and between the 54 organizations and the that are kind of the overall encompassing like network, and obviously they've got their private donors and the way they set up the scheme for the handlers, which is very nuanced in terms of global lobbying period, in terms of that type of effort that they put into weaponizing citizens in order to essentially be like a proxy handler for where those donations go. It's 500 of 535 Congress and Senator essentially bought and paid for, and us approaching this with Iran. Sensei's heard me talk about this. I was a combat systems officer on the USS John C. Stennis, not the Kennedy, and we still haven't found anything to deal with those hypersonics, and I too was impressed with the fireworks show of the summer. That was it was not what I was expecting from the Iron Dome and David Sling. I expected far better performance. And then when the hypersonics actually started to touch down, it was, this is a fully different ball game, and these guys are in real trouble, especially when they started to hit strategic positions just north of Haifa. There's those oil fields that are there. They started to hit there. They were able to actually target Mossad's offices specifically. They were able to directly target. Their intelligence seemed to be quite capable for the targets that they were selecting, and the fact that those hypersonics were being able to break through was a real wake-up call, I think, for them continuing this kind of belligerence. And it's unfortunate to see the marriage between the Christian Zionism of America and Europe, along with this kind of head wagging the dog, marching us in there, which is no good for folks like myself or my friends that decided to serve. Because I'm only 43, I've still got folks that are still officers in the military right now, still chiefs in the military right now, and a lot of them are silent online, I will tell you, but are absolutely disgusted and are trying to figure out how they can kind of do the right thing themselves. Without implicating themselves, and that seems to be kind of the case for most of the folks I know. Now, I will also say that because I'm a DSA member, most of the folks I know that are prior military lean to the side that I lean to, are much more leftist. But unfortunately, there seems to be a willingness for this as well within the ranks, and it's just unfortunate to hear the outcomes that are coming, to hear the update on 2 more yesterday, and I believe Portland, that you mentioned the states. I think that they are creating radicals. I think that right now you are going to see something that America hasn't seen, because there is a lot of chatter around of people wanting to specifically organize for things that we obviously cannot advocate on here on TikTok.
I mean, that's the obvious outcome when you keep poking and poking and poking and like and I think he wants it. I think Trump wants that response, because then he can just go fucking whole hog, military everywhere.
And I don't know if I appreciate it strategically or am frustrated now by it, but I think all of us as decent people that have kids and want to just have a decent life, I think we all kind of applauded the fact that there wasn't such a massive backlash to some of the earlier egregious incidents. I'm in Los Angeles, and having them come down to the city with the National Guard, the Marine Corps, what I mean by this, I don't know if that's somebody that's asking, but is that like now it's like, well, now everybody's fucking absolutely disgustingly pissed, as opposed to maybe this would have been useful earlier. I'm confused as to how mad I should be and how, you know what I mean? It's like, should we have been pushing this hard before the No Kings protests even further? I just am. It's so maddening at this point that I can see why that there are folks that are choosing ulterior motives and alternative options.
Yeah, I'm about to show a video, but before I do that, I want to get to the other new guest, POB Dragon. Go ahead.
Do you hear me?
What's up? You wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Uh-huh.
I live in Germany. I'm British. And what we see watching from Germany is the same as in the Nazi regime. We're just watching the ice, or like the brown shirts. And like Chip said, this is like a screwed situation. And picking sides is something we do when we feel lost and alone. And like we don't understand the world anymore. And we've got to pull together and think of our grassroots, looking after our families, understanding the problems that we've got as families, like when there's a blackout, just how to cope with the life, not to turn it back from what's just happened, you know, but that's the reason we pick sides and say left, right, and that divides people, and that makes us a market for any politician, any political group. We're like just a game for them, like setting us up for fighting with each other. And that's something that Chip says, like we've really got to be aware of that and look for our families and friends and consider what we have to survive if we were in a blackout.
So you mean like community preparedness, essentially?
Yeah, but it starts with friends and family, doesn't it? And it starts by tolerance for people who are thinking left and right and speaking up and speaking the truth. And it sounds esoteric, but it's not. It's really grassroots stuff, because that's what gets us through a blackout. There's just been a blackout in Berlin. I don't know if you heard about it. There were 4 days without electricity in an area.
Yeah.
40,000 households were affected.
Really? I didn't know. Why?
Yeah.
Or
They're
why are they saying?
What are they saying?
Yeah.
What they're saying isn't sticking because people aren't believing it too, and it's exactly the same to divide the people. They say that it's left activism, that they burned some.
Oh, like a terror
tables.
attack.
That's what they're trying to say. Domestic violence.
Of course.
You know, domestic terrorism. That's what they're trying to say. But it could have just happened anyway. But straight away, you know how the media are steered by the government, depending on who they're trying to blame. But I know somebody has to do some work with the police, and they said the problem isn't the leftist activism in Germany, but this is all over. You know, the people who are trying to advise people what to do in a blackout situation and to get the reality of the problems with climate change, get that reality to be talked about, that we're all talking about the same thing and not panicking, you know, not being divided by these wars that they're harnessing themselves for, because they're doing exactly the same here. I'm English, you know, I can't believe what Keir Starmer's doing.
Yeah, I don't know anything. I'll have to look into that. Do they have evidence to suggest that it was sabotage or terrorism?
No.
They're just saying
No.
it. There's the electricity.
Yeah, that just
For all we
put
know,
it-
somebody pushed the fucking button or pulled the lever, and they're like, "Ha ha, we'll blame it on the left." Crazy.
It's just that
Dragon.
there's a lot of news going around now. They had like a big fire in Switzerland where 40 children were killed, and so that's been on the news mostly. And then there's been the news, obviously, with Russia, Ukraine, England signs their stance. And then most of the time the people are looking into the markets, so that they can keep their money safe. Germany's were quite unstable too. But it's not in the dire straits that the States has got into with Trump, but they're just a step away too.
Arson attack. Yeah, I'm gonna look into this because I hadn't seen it. But let me. Oh, did you want to say something, Sensei, before I play this video?
I wanted to ask Dragon. I wanted to ask Dragon a question. In your opinion, who is trying to divide us?
Yeah, this is the thing. There isn't a person, there isn't a government, there isn't a think tank that's doing it. But this is I don't believe there is a person trying to divide us. But there are people who decide what left and right are responsible for, and they have leanings to weakening the left because it's not financially viable to think left.
Okay, so
So
oh, sorry. Go ahead. I thought you were finished.
yeah, go ahead. You play a video. I don't know.
Well,
if
it
that's
was.
answered something.
I was just gonna. I'm looking at a New York Times article. It says a far left group took responsibility, saying it was targeting the energy industry. Officials predicted it would take until Thursday. That's what New York Times
That's
wrote.
not true.
Yeah, I mean, you torch cables and it takes out all of the electricity. That sounds like bad infrastructure to me. If that's the case, right? Like that.
They're
That
talking
seems
about
weird.
how to. Yeah, it's the main conversation now is how to defend infrastructure, and that sounds like basically a metaphor for what happened with the Nord Stream, because there was no news there. Germany's
that's-
contact with Russia. There was no news and there was no voice there.
Yeah, let me play this video real quick. Here we go. This is the cell phone footage from the agent, I believe the one that was struck or alleged to be struck. Fuck. I got too many windows open. All right, here we go. Oh, I don't know why it's muted because there is audio. Hold on. Why is this not playing? Oh, did they mute it? Was it fucking muted? Okay, hold on. Let me find this other source. I don't know why it's not playing. Pretty sure there's audio. Yeah, here we go. We'll just play this version. Look at the smile on her face.
I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking country. You want to come at us? You want to come
Right there, that is significant. They told these ICE agents that they were U.S. citizens. That ends the fucking detention.
I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the
All right,
car.
baby, go.
So he shoots her in the face and then says, fucking bitch. Wow. So they were, going back and forth here. I don't know what came before that, but this ICE agent that shot him was recording. And then says, fucking bitch, after he shoots her in the face. I don't know if, I don't, did they think that this was going to exonerate this guy? Because it actually shows that there was no malice. The lady was smiling and said, I'm not even mad at you. Listen. I'm not mad at you.
It's okay, we don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later.
So there must have been an issue with the plates because somebody else pointed that out in the comments the other day when it first happened. They're like, why do they have Missouri plates? I seen somebody on Twitter saying this. I'm like, what fucking difference does it make? I go to Oklahoma all the fucking time. I'm in another state all the time. I travel there all. Who the fuck says you can't have different plates in another state? That's so stupid.
That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking country. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the
car.
I wonder why we don't hear the gunshots in this video. Anybody find that strange? Anyway, what that doesn't change anything. It just proves that the officer had time to speak with that person prior to it happening, and that person was clearly saying, I'm not even mad at you. So this person who says, I'm not mad at you, they claim tried to kill the officer on purpose and was a domestic terrorist. And she's smiling. She was smiling, and then he shot her in the face.
Where was that? Was that Portland?
Yeah, that was the video of the woman that just got shot in the face, Renee Good. That was Renee Good, that was Renee Good that was her in the vehicle.
Oh wow!
Look at this. I just want to show you the face of a terrorist, right? That, according to this administration, is a terrorist.
God.
Hello,
She's not even upset with this person. She's not like. Think of the kind of person it takes to, because he leaned over and put his gun as close to that windshield as he could to shoot her in the face. Think of the kind of psychopath it takes to do that after you just had a conversation with a person like this, who's saying, I'm not even mad at you. Oh yeah, here's a gun to the face, bitch. Psychos. Fucking psychos. Does anybody have any thoughts different from mine? No,
man. Did you hear about how he got doxxed?
Somebody was saying that earlier.
Yeah, so because he was involved last year, apparently the internet sleuths ended up finding out exactly the court records of an incident that happened last year. And he had previously been injured in a very similar incident, supposedly, last year. But there were records that they were able to find, and they found his name.
Interesting. When he was dragged?
Yeah, his name's Jonathan Ross.
Yeah, he's too stupid to learn from his own mistakes. That's what that proves.
What do you mean his own mistakes? Getting run over is a mistake? On who?
Yeah, he apparently did something where he ended up hanging in somebody's window and getting like closed in it and then dragged by a car. And
So
he
run
didn't
over.
learn from that incident.
So run
that-
over. He did learn. He shot the lady and did a great thing. He stopped it. And the new
Oh my
footage at least
God,
shows
go
him being
away.
hit.
Go away.
So he learned. He learned his lesson and he did it
Go
correctly this
away.
time.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
The new footage is out. His body cam footage is out. You can literally see the wife telling him to drive, and you can literally see him there. Google
We
it, go on
just
Twitter, the new
Johnny
footage is out.
Rockets. We just played it. We just played
The new footage, right? You
the
just
cell
played
phone
it, right?
video. Yeah.
What did you? No, his body cam footage.
Is that it? Not his
The
his cell
POV
phone?
thing, I guess. If that's the same thing of what we're talking
I
about.
just played it. Were
I
you
wasn't
not
here before.
watching? You were in
No,
the
obviously
request
not.
box while I was
I
playing.
did not see it, obviously, dude. Obviously.
So you request up onto panels and you don't pay attention to what's going on. You just came up here.
How
to,
would I have watched it if it was before I joined Moron? Let's think logically here.
I said, I
it's in
literally
the
just said,
room.
hold on,
Moron.
Potivity. I literally just said that I was playing it and you were in the request box, moron.
I did not hear you, obviously, so I did not hear what you said.
I played the video.
I can't go back in time, moron. I can't watch a live before I joined it, idiot.
You
I-
requested
you think time-
onto.
you think
Listen.
time is just like
okay, shut up, Johnny.
Time is circle.
Listen.
Went back
Listen. Hey, listen, dumbass. You were in the request box when I played the video.
I just.
You were
See it.
in the request
just-
box when I played the video. You weren't paying attention? You just
I
request
just
up
told
to
you, I didn't
panels?
see it, you moron.
Okay, yeah, because you're not paying attention to the
I
panel
didn't-
that
it didn't
you
come
request up
idiot,
on.
Dude, you're so stupid.
Does anybody?
I requested up because I've spoken to you before. You're retarded.
Yeah, this guy is.
I knew you would say something dumb. Like you learned your lesson when you got run
I don't
over.
want
That's
to be
the
on a
dumbest
panel
never
with somebody
heard.
like this.
Johnny,
This is
Johnny,
bad
I didn't.
faith ignorance.
I
What happens when
actually.
you don't have a job and you sit on
Johnny
these panels all day thinking you're of some sort of.
says the guy sitting on the panel.
Yeah, it's a.
Says the
Lunch
guy
break, idiot.
sitting on the panel. Well, then, if
Lunch
you're on
break.
lunch break, go eat. I'm going to help you out. Go eat. Because that is just disingenuous nonsense. The guy was in the request box while I played the video, and then he comes up here and doesn't realize, oh, a guest in your live has violated your hate speech and hateful behaviors policy. That was Johnny Rockets. So I was getting, maybe that was his point. Maybe that was his whole goal, was to get the
putting
live
all that
restricted.
aside, which obviously was just fair to point out, he said the guy did a great thing.
Right, he did. That's what Johnny
Even
said.
people that support what the guy did don't refer to it as doing a great thing.
Right.
That it's regrettable, it's tragic, but to say that's a great to celebrate murdering somebody, because I just can't even understand that.
Hey, Johnny, I see you back in the request box. Look, buddy, we don't want these low-life, unemployed people that just sit up on panels all day, so I'm going to hit the decline button respectfully. Now go eat, bitch. Look, these people like I can't tell if they're like
Johnny, you
bots,
blatantly lied.
paid actors. He was in the request box while I'm playing the video. He doesn't know that I didn't see the video. You more like you just request up onto panels when you're not paying attention to do what? To come up and just spew absolute garbage. Like I'm glad that somebody was shot in the face. What kind of bitch? I bet this same dude went around crying and oh my God, they said that Charlie Kirk dying was a good thing. I bet he was crying about that. Gross.
He also blatantly lied about the video of his body cam being released. That's a lie.
Yeah, it was cell phone. I thought it was cell phone footage. Maybe it's body cam. I don't know. I just played it. Unless there's another video that I'm not aware of. This here.
Well,
this is the video. Johnny Rockets. She said, I'm not mad, dude. And this man shoots her in the face. And you're like, he did a good thing? You're sick.
Johnny's a despicable human being.
You're sick.
Well,
he's sick. He has issues. And honestly, let's be honest. Well, here, first, let me introduce myself. Sorry.
The best part of
38.
Johnny Rockets dribbled down his mom's butt cheeks. That's the proof of it.
That's funny. Now, real quick, guys, the gifts that I've been putting up, they've been small, but I'm trying to fill the gift gallery. You can actually go into the gift gallery and like fill them yourself. One person has to fill all of the numbers. So if, like, for example, I just had roses up there, there were 6 of them. It only fills the gift gallery when one person fills all 6. I don't know why they did that, but apparently it's helpful for the FYP to fill the gift gallery each week. So that's what I'm trying to do. So if you see it come up there and there's only 6, that's the reason why. And if you want to help, then do them all at once. Anyway, yeah, I think Johnny Rockets is just, he's either an asshole or he's paid or who the fuck knows what. Or he's trying to get the live taken down. I mean, there's that too.
He's a loser who is home being paid to be a troll. That's what my guess is.
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Well, he claimed the agent learned from his prior event, but he walks in front of a vehicle. That's not learning very much.
Right.
Well, and it's also against protocol.
Well, he's like, his version of learning is the last time that he touched the stove, it burned him. So what he did was he touched the stove again, got really mad, and destroyed the stove. See, he learned his lesson. Dumbass. Like,
I mean, he by walking in front of the vehicle, violating protocol, and enabled for the situation to occur.
Yeah.
Johnny says volume is off. What a dumbass. This guy's an idiot. Okay. Anyway, moving on from that. Well, welcome in Jussie and KV. I think Jussie came in first. I'm not sure, but Jussie, did you want to add in?
Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to backtrack a little bit. I can't remember who was talking about like finding alternative routes in order to deal with this. I think I've talked a little bit about this in Discord. I am a 50-51 organizer for my state. I am going to caution everyone about finding whatever avenue is going to work for you specifically in terms of getting involved, because and coming off of last night, because well, people don't know, but I was at a protest last night where we had people that came and pepper sprayed the shit out of us. Until you are face to face with another human being that is willing to do that kind of stuff to you, you don't know how you're going to react in that situation. Judging from the video that you just played of that woman, she seems to have taken some kind of de-escalation just from her like demeanor, the way that she was speaking to him. So while I think it's great that everyone is like wanting to get involved and everything like that, not everyone needs to be on the front lines, and I think we need to put that out there like before everyone starts losing their minds over this. This is very real. These people are very real. They do not care about you, and as we found out last night, they seem to have immunity. Now, whether or not that sticks true when states start to press charges or not, we will see. But there are different avenues for you to be involved with this, whether it's monetarily, whether you are just volunteering your time to put kits together with the whistles and the papers that talk about like know your rights and things like that, or if you are a part of like an indivisible group or a 50-51 movement, there are different things to get involved with. Not everything has to have you physically present, because as we have seen, it is clearly not safe for you to be out in the street. So unless you are willing to lay it all on the line, I would caution everyone to see what avenue works for you, because there are people with kids, there are people with medical disabilities and things like that. But the one thing that I will push out for everyone is that we have got to come together. Like the fact that she was an American citizen, and I don't know the status of the other two from the Oregon incident, or like even like I don't even know if that's been confirmed for us from other news outlets. As far as I know, I just got off work, so that's neither here nor there. But it is clear that they do not give a shit about us, and they have not given a shit about us for a very long time. And we have a president that is willing to murder us in the streets. And I just caution everyone on their involvement. but you need to get involved. You need to find some way to get involved with this, whether that's calling, whether that's writing, whether that's protesting, whether that is following these fuckers when they are in your city. But just know that there are plenty of avenues for you to be involved where it does not physically put you in harm's way. So that was all I wanted to say.
Do you mind if I played that video that you shared with us?
Yeah, I even have like a longer video of that, like from where he actually pepper sprayed us. It's like 10 minutes long. I can clip it and send it to you later. But yeah, you are more than welcome to play that.
Yeah, please do. I'd appreciate that. Yeah, because it does
absolutely.
cut off. I think the guy started to pepper spray right when this one cut off. Am I right? Like, was that the moment he started spraying was at the very end of this one? Okay. Yeah, let me, I'm going to play it real quick. This was, and you recorded this, right?
Yeah, and this is in Canton, Ohio, by the way.
Canton, Ohio. All right, let's see. Yeah, like this guy, the fucking rage on this guy's face says everything you need to know.
Public attacking other American citizens. You're the problem with America. You're the problem with fucking America, bro. You better leave.
Yeah, and I think
Now
right
that
there
guy-
is.
Yeah, that was the first guy that he pepper sprayed. So they, the cops obviously were called. And this is also something that I'm going to tell you
Did he
right
get arrested?
He got arrested, and then there was also a second agitator that was with him that I think that they were working together. It seems like they kind of had a playoff. I'll send you the whole video. But they were definitely working together. So the cops were called. So what you don't see in the video is, and this is why I say de-escalation training is very important. One of the people from our protest got physical with these guys after we were pepper sprayed. If you get into a physical altercation while you are at a protest or with anyone, do not stick around. Do not stick around. You need to leave the area immediately. And I say this because when the cops came, they arrested that man, they arrested his friend, and then they came back and arrested the gentleman that attacked them after we were pepper sprayed. So,
to me, if somebody is spraying me in the face with pepper spray, I have the right to beat the fuck out of that person.
yeah. Oh, no, I don't disagree. So,
And so if
he
they
was
arrested
actually-
me, I would argue to the fucking high heaven that it's self-defense.
Depending on the state, you have the right to
Who is playing
use lethal force.
Who has got MAGA music going? Who is this?
I think it's Dragon.
Dragon. Yeah, you got some music going on. It'll fuck with the copyright on my YouTube. So please don't play music on the panel. Anyway, go ahead, Jesse.
But yeah, so if something like that happens, you need to vacate immediately. They're going to find you regardless, because obviously we are all on camera everywhere at every point, in any day. But you need to leave immediately, because that was how he got arrested, because he was still on site. Obviously, once that happened, we shut everything down because we can't have agitators coming at people like that. Like, that was unsafe. But that's why I'm advocating so much for people to look into how to get involved, because it doesn't have to be on the front lines. It is crazy out here. It is absolutely insane. And when you start to see your neighbors start spitting in your face and calling you this, that, and the other, it's a real eye opener. So like I said, just find a way to get involved, but we have all got to get involved now, or we are really looking down the barrel of something terrible.
I mean, literally, we are looking down the barrel, and unfortunately, one of those people got a bullet in the face. But because that's what these people are willing to do. These are violent, thuggish people. Just like that guy. I mean, the rage on his face over what? What are you so pissed about, bro? In that instance, I feel like it's better to just literally ignore the guy. Just don't say shit to the guy. I don't, you know what I mean? I wasn't there, so I don't know. Like
no, but he was pretty loud, and he was like running around. And it's really weird, like the area we were at, because it's like a bunch of one-way streets, so you can't really like get out unless whatever. So it's really just like a big square. But he was saying some really vile things, and there was like, I think there were like 15 of us and a speaker. So he was clearly just looking for something to happen. Like, if you go out looking for trouble, you're going to find it.
Yeah.
And it's men like that are like in these positions with the ICE and all that stuff. Like, I feel like the gentleman that I encountered last night is very similar to the man that just shot her the other day.
You know,
like it's very much on the very same wavelength.
You know, Jesse, I really feel like we need to start shrug testing these people for Captagon. I really feel like that needs to happen, because Captagon, the president met with the president of Syria and Saudi Arabia in the White House, and that they use Captagon to promote violence with their like the IDF, and it takes away conscience, and people get extraordinary. That's what 126 people in Paris were unalived because the person was on Captagon. It is a zombie unaliving machine making drug, and I really feel like it's being imported and it's being used probably with these people.
No, I honestly just think these people are that terrible. Like, we need to quit making excuses about that. They're just that terrible of people. And I know that's hard to admit about, like, our
I was about
neighbors.
to say thank you, KB. Keep
Our
going.
neighbors,
I love
the people we know, but that's a fact. It's not a drug. They are just amoral. They do not care about their fellow American citizens. And to the point that she was making about not being on the front lines, I don't know what the state laws are in Ohio, but I do know in Colorado, the deployment of that agent would facilitate my use of lethal force in my own self-defense.
Yeah. We watched that with, remember that guy, the security guard.
The police would have been coming, but so would have an ambulance with a body bag for both of those men.
Yeah,
if I would have been
in Colorado, there was a bodyguard that the guy slapped in the face. You guys remember this? It was like 10 years ago or something. You don't remember this?
No, it was during the George Floyd protests. It was about 6 years ago.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, though. And the guy pulls it out, bam, right. Actually. Yeah, right in the. I did a whole series on this on my YouTube channel, going through it frame by frame, that stuff. And I believe he was found not guilty, right?
They dismissed the case. He never even went to court.
There you go. Yeah, because look, you pepper spray somebody in the eyes, that can be a very dangerous situation if you can't see what's happening.
I have asthma. I have lung issues. So
there you go.
That would constitute a threat to my life.
Yeah, it's okay, Jesse. No, I appreciate you being up here, and thanks for bringing that back up. Now, did you have anything else? Because officer hasn't spoken just yet.
No, go ahead.
Officer, did you want to weigh in? Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I mean, just in general about the situation. Yeah, I thought it was not good. And I thought that my thing was there's other avenues they could have took. Like, the officer wasn't injured. He violated DOJ policy. If they truly felt that she had done something wrong, like if they truly felt that she had obstructed them somehow or assaulted him, there's many different avenues we have to capture her in the vehicle. We have a very clear shot of her face. We can use facial rec to identify her. She has a valid license plate. We could have just ran it and spiked the vehicle. There's so many things you could have done that don't involve taking her life. And I just don't know if ICE is like they're not being trained for this. Like, I kind of said this when they first started, that this was going to get pretty bad pretty quick, because, like, you know, regardless of how people feel about police, in general, your local department is trained on general engagement with the general public, like what that would look like in like mitigating circumstances or like de-escalation, like how to mitigate things But ISIS doesn't work that way, and a lot of the feds don't. That's why when you see the FBI doing raids, they typically have law enforcement with them from the area, or like, I mean, I've been on raids with like the IRS and stuff. They just don't do that. They're not prepared for engagement on that level. And so I don't know. I think this is very poor. It's in poor planning. It's in poor taste. People are getting hurt. And I mean, and ultimately, we're also learning that ICE, like, what are ICE's rules? You know what I mean? Like, I think we're learning this the hard way. Like, what are the different rules for ICE and CPB? And like, how are they operating? How they are? But I mean, about this situation, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there were conflicting orders. He didn't give her any orders when he stepped in front of the vehicle. No one told her that she was under arrest. No one tried to assert that she was detained. I know we don't have to assert that, but it's very useful to tell people you're detained, turn off the vehicle. Like, clear orders are part of training, and I just don't know if they're getting that. I don't know. I watched a lot of these videos, and it's disappointing to see what the administration's doing with the law enforcement agencies at a federal level.
Well, it's interesting, like you bring all that up, because in that video we just played today, that they released today, the phone footage or body cam footage, whatever, the guy that shot her, in there you can hear them going back and forth about the license plate. And she's like, it'll still be from this state, you know, when you come and talk to us later. So I believe the ICE agents were having issues with the license plate, but guess what? That's not a federal issue. They don't have any jurisdiction over that. None. So they can't even they can't even be like bothering with that. And they clearly were told that they were U.S. citizens. And the moment that ICE hear that, they cannot detain you unless you're committing a federal crime in their presence.
Right, and if they want to identify the vehicle, I mean, it's pretty simple. They just put a bolo out. I mean, there's cameras that capture your plates. I mean, from what I read, she was from Missouri. That's a Missouri plate, I do believe. From what I had looked up, you know,
she had moved from Missouri, and they moved to Minnesota. Yeah,
right, yeah. But because I looked up, like, those aren't Minnesotan plates. Like, I wonder where that's from, and it was indeed. It's at least formatted like Missouri. I believe it is a Missouri plate. So like, you could have called Missouri and been like, "Hey, State Highway Patrol, like, has this car ever been registered? And if so, who is this?" Like, there's so many different ways we could have went about doing this, and then, like, it is against the law, according to case law, to fire into a vehicle to prevent the fleeing of the driver. And since, I mean, in a video I saw, looked like the quarter panel did hit him, but he was uninjured. And so, and he took up a good firing position. He planted his feet, he extended his arms, he had aim. Like, you are not in imminent danger. That is not what it was, and that's just not what it would look like.
Right,
and he should have moved.
I can pull the video back up again.
Yeah, and ultimately he should have moved. Like, if you have time to take up a good firing position like that, maybe you should move.
He did move. He actually moved out of the way of the vehicle. You can see the moment that the shot is fired, he leans over the hood. Watch what his other foot is. So that's where he shot. Let me go back before he shoots. He's clear of the vehicle. You can see, let me zoom in. You can see his other foot, and look at the tire is turned to the right. Look at this.
Right.
That's the moment that he shot.
Yeah, because that's my thing. It's like, so if you're trying to avoid this, why are you leaning into this vehicle to get fire on the wind? Just move.
Right.
If the clear shot's no longer presented, that means you're not in any danger. It's not coming at you. Just move. I don't know. I mean, I'd be fired for this. I don't know. Like, I don't know why federal agents are given so much, I guess, absolute immunity, according to JD Vance, because he can make that call. I guess he thinks now, but
well, for federal issues, maybe, but not state. They don't get. I don't
even think he can give them federal immunity. Like, he can just grant them. Well, I guess he could, like, try to pardon, or Trump could pardon somebody, but yeah, he can't, like, give them immunity. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, and we were talking about this earlier. States are going to have to start arresting these people for committing crimes. They're going to have to. They have to, because otherwise the people are going to start doing it themselves. And what that looks like is up close and personal, something underneath their chin, and then all of a sudden they're falling to the ground. I don't know why. That's what people will do. Because they're not actually afraid. These ICE agents are not actually afraid. Just like that guy on New Year's Eve. He hears gunfire. He's in his home. He hears gunfire on New Year's Eve, and he goes down. He grabs his ICE authorized pew-pew, walks and finds where the gunfire is going to, and engages this person. They aren't afraid. So that claim is bullshit. Like they're afraid. They know that they have the authority now under Donald Trump to shoot people, and I think we got a bunch of serial unaliver that would have been serial unalivers, and now they're able to do that. They can just go around and unalive people. I think
they've been given immunity by the federal government.
Yeah.
When he said that last night, he just authorized the execution of Americans. Is what he did. The extrajudicial execution of American citizens. That is exactly what J.D. Vance did yesterday. And anybody who's in denial of that, I don't know what to tell you. You're just going to have to watch as Americans' bodies start to stack, because they're going to start executing people. That's what it comes down to. They are going to do it with impunity now because they have it.
Right. Yeah, now the ICE agents be like, well, just, you know what? If somebody does something that annoys or inconveniences me, I'll kick them with my foot, say I stubbed my toe, and shot him in the face.
Yep. And when he said that have the backing of the federal government, that's exactly what he meant. And I mean, I hate to say this, but honestly, the American people need to do something about it. And it's protesting isn't working. They don't care about protests. They just label you as a fucking agitator, and they don't change. Like, you've been up here for 6 years or longer, about what, 10 years on this panel and stuff, trying to talk to these people. Have you ever witnessed any change of conscience in these people?
Oh, I just started doing this panel like 8 or 9 months ago.
Okay. Have you ever seen a change in their demeanors? These people who are adamantly Trump supporters? Like, ultra MAGA, as they were referred?
Yes, I have seen. And matter of fact, as a result of this show, I've seen several Republicans, those who were MAGA, turn on him. But now we're to a point where it's gotten so bad that if you're still supporting Trump, you're going to support him no matter what.
Yeah.
I think we're to that point. I think the people that were going to fall away fell away already. And whatever's left is like, this dude could walk down with a Tommy gun and just start in Congress and be like, well, they were terrorists. They were wanting to give money to Iran. They were wanting to get, you know what I mean? They'll just concoct some weird fucking story. And of course, I'm being hyperbolic, obviously, but I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
No, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me either anymore. At this point, and that's the thing, is anybody who still supports Trump after this and after his refusal to meet the deadline on the Epstein files, his continuing to not release them, and now his continued distractions, which we've been shown now that he is willing to distract with the blood of American citizens from what's in them. So what we need to do is continue to demand the release of those files.
No. Well, now, the shit he's doing with Venezuela or whatever, I know people say it's a distraction, but it's really not, because it was written down into Project 2025. That was one of their goals. Yeah. So it's, they planned this for a while. He tried it in his first term with the CIA. He tried to send them in, but that turned to shit. So now he's just like, well, we'll just use the military because, fucking America.
The whole entire thing with Greenland is ridiculous, too. He's bringing that back up. And it's gotten to the point now where Denmark has literally asked for other European allies to put boots on the ground in Greenland to make the cost, if America does try a military take of Greenland, to make the cost so that it's not worth it to us. So what's going on behind the scenes there, in my opinion, is I believe there is a lot more push for it than we actually think. It's not rhetoric. When you see actual callings from the friggin' Prime Minister of Denmark to his European allies for military support in this instance against a NATO ally, there's
to
more
that
going
point,
on than we know.
Let me play this clip. I played it earlier, but we probably got different people in here. Maybe you've heard it, maybe not. Listen to this.
Do you see any checks on your power on the world stage? Is there anything that could stop you if you wanted to?
Yeah, there's one thing. My own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop, and that's very good. I don't need international law. I'm not looking to hurt people.
Do you feel your administration needs to abide by international law on the global stage?
Yeah, I do. I do. But It depends what your definition of international law is. You mean in Greenland?
We had in Greenland. Well,
that's because you needed that at the time.
In the 1951 agreement, though, it says the United States can reopen these bases anytime you want. You could send as many troops as you want, and you haven't done it. How come?
Because I want to do it properly.
And properly means own it?
Really, it is. To me, it's ownership. Ownership is very important, you know.
Why is ownership important here?
Because that's what I feel is psychologically needed for success. I think that ownership gives you a thing that you can't do, whether you're talking about a lease or a treaty. Ownership gives you things and elements that you can't get from just signing a document that you can have a base.
Yeah, he's dead serious. He's dead serious about it.
The thing is listening to that, at what fucking time are these sycophants going to fucking start instituting the 25th Amendment? That man has clearly lost his faculties for cognitive ability. Anybody who thinks that they are above the laws and that the only thing restraining them is their own morality and their own mind, that is megalomania.
Yep.
He is sick and he is unwell.
It's pathological for sure. Yeah, this guy is a serious problem. And you know, again, states are going to have to protect the people from the federal government.
Yeah,
that's. I mean, we're to that point because again, if states don't do it, people will. And maybe Chip is right. Maybe people just saying, you know what, fuck you. I'm not going to pay any of my fucking bills. Not going to pay my mortgage. Not going to pay my credit card. I'm not going to pay a fucking thing as long as this piece of shit exists in the fucking president, in the presidency, and we continue to suck Israel's cock too.
Well, the thing is too, is these blue states that he's trying to claim he's going to withhold funding from, they need to start, the states gather federal tax. It is the states that gather that tax. It's not a federal organization that actually gathers those federal taxes. So what these states need to do, considering the fact that the majority of them, like here in Colorado, are donor states, give far more to the federal government than we receive, we need to cut off our federal taxes. End of story. If you aren't going to support us, we will not support you.
Now, Bunny makes a decent point. They'll just garnish your wages.
They'll just print more money.
Yeah. Or that. Of course, if that happens, I mean, you could get to a hyperinflation point there.
Yeah.
You know, as we saw,
exactly, and then it'll destroy his economic policy
with the mark. Now, let me get. It's been me and you, KV. I've enjoyed the conversation, but we got a lot of people on the panel. Does anybody else want to?
I'll drop down.
You're fine.
Anyways.
Oh, okay. All right, man. Well, I appreciate you being up. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one.
Yep. And real quick, by the way, the hand arts that I have as a gifting goal, there are 3 of them. If one person does all 3, it completes the gift gallery. So if 3 people do one, it doesn't complete the gift gallery. It has to be one person doing all 3 to get that. It's a TikTok thing. So that's what I'm trying to fulfill the gift gallery before the weekend is up. But does anybody else want to jump in on what we were saying or something else? Or that fucking clip of this man thinking that his morality is going to check him? He has no fucking morality. Piece of shit.
There's a clip that I want to play you from our representative here,
Isaac Bobby.
Bryan in California.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say I was glad to see that members of Congress were they did openly say like anyone who assists in like any type of aggression to Greenland is in violation of not just international but domestic law and will be punished per Congress. Like, that is good to see that Congress is setting some type of standard, but the thing that frustrates me is that Congress is not reining in the power of the president underneath the War Powers Act, and like the language in the War Powers Act, which is flawed at best.
Well, and I believe that those Republicans that voted, the way that we would like them to vote for the ACA and the War Powers Act, I believe that they know that they don't have enough members to override a veto. So they did it kind of as performance rather than, actually making a break with Trump.
Yeah, I can agree. Well, this is why my biggest criticism of the government is like when you start setting like sunsets and a lot of these things, like, it just can't be that we make an act like the like what we made for the Middle East, the AUMF and like war powers, and they're just like indefinite. Like that's insane. You know what I mean?
This is, I mean, can we legislate our way out of this? I don't know.
I think we can, but it has to come with a level of aggression that SCOTUS seems to lack the will for, at least the Republicans, and Congress Republicans lack the will for as well. Like we could, like the power exists for the Congress to stop it. They're just choosing not to on the one side of the aisle because they don't want to get primaried or like railroaded, which to me is not an excuse. Like you're hired, like you're voted on by the people, like from your state. You know what I mean? Like the power does exist. Like they could step in and say, no, you're done in Venezuela, and we're revoking your right to the War Powers Act. Underneath these other things, you like, we could take that route, but I don't know. I guess it's a vibe.
And real quick, this has nothing to do with politics, but thank you guys for filling those gift gallery things. We only have the one left. It's the DJ glasses, and you know, unfortunately, it will require somebody to fill all 5. You know, good luck with that. But it's there. That's the last one, and then the whole thing will be complete when I, you know, with that. Chip, do you think we can legislate our way out of this? Do you think, I mean, because wouldn't he just fucking ignore it and just executive order, I'll do whatever I want?
There's no way possible. This has been the case, though, long before Trump. The system has been irrevocably broken with money and, you know, legalized bribery. It's basically a legalized bribery system. So there is no voting. That's why the left-right thing bothers me so much. I align with a lot of the sort of the stances that you all share, but I don't share your vitriol for the other side, even though they espouse positions that I really don't like, because I realize I have to depend on them as my sort of my helper to get to the finish line of what's going to get us both out of this dilemma. And absent that, we're totally screwed. I think we're screwed anyway, but at least we're screwed from even trying if we can't even do that.
Yeah. No, for the record, I don't hate Republicans or conservatives generally, but MAGA, I'm not sure that they're going to come around. You know what I mean? There becomes a point where with people who are still to this moment supporting him, I'm not sure. I think they're a lost cause, and I don't think they would help no matter what. But I could be wrong there, but I don't know. I mean,
it makes me think back to when the coal miners in West Virginia, and speaking to Chip's point about meeting them, because if we can't fix them, we can't fix the world. And I remember when Obama tried to get them upgraded to skills training, a bill funding them for skills training for education and technology for their kids, and they outright rejected that. They outright rejected an internet for all style infrastructure package to get rural parts of the country the internet, especially for those that wanted to do homeschooling, to give them access. There was a lot of things when he was trying to play nice with them in a way that I think folks that are closer to, say, the Zoran Mamdanis of the world, or even myself, that we would have been like, that's too kind, that you're trying to make sure that we'd like to have pilot programs start in the places that maybe are the cities that are already have the R&D corridors, or even put that capital into Austin and the research corridor they have there, or Dallas and Frisco. But he wanted to do a universal bill that would have supported and helped them, and they rejected that, said a bunch of racist ass shit about him during the process that Fox News amplified over and over again, along with Newsmax and the rest of AM radio, and they suffered for that. And so when I think I agree with the host that it's like, man, you try to help somebody and they slap you in the face over and over and over again. I mean, there are 20 million people that didn't vote, and I'm more concerned with them than a triple Trumper. You know what I'm saying? Like when it comes to strategy and just thinking about like, hey, there's a lot of kids out there that are a little bit lost and don't know what to make heads or tails of this. There's Nick Fuentes on the right. There's all the rest of these like influencer personalities on the right that are telling you how to get chicks and then want to do politics too. And then that still blends into the right. There's very few, a few voices on the left that are kind of teaching the youth, hey, it's better to have universal policy application. It's better to want to have some dignity and some morals attached to the good things about us. But there's 20 million people that didn't vote, and I'd rather go after them than a triple Trumper any day of the week. We've tried to help those folks in West Virginia. We tried to help those folks down in Mississippi. We tried to help folks that were sitting in the middle, and we pay for it too. Out of California, New York, there's 19 states that are net positive, 31 that are net negative. We know that we pay for this. And I'm very thankful for one of our congressmen who specifically pointed this out. We sent $80 billion to the Treasury that the feds want to hold from California. They want to hold back money for childcare. Cool, man. We pay for all your shit.
Right.
And those states really do need to coalesce together, similar to what they did around healthcare with California, Hawaii, Oregon, and Washington. We need to coalesce together to deal with these fucking people. Because it's the last bastion. Straight up.
Yeah. Real quick, Jules, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate that. Oops, I meant to say Vimo. My bad. But thank you. I appreciate that. To Sabrina, I'm so sorry. It's the DJ sunglasses. That's the last gift gallery thing. But thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, Leo, it's now I got to say, like, if a conservative or even a Trump supporter comes up here and they are trying to have a genuine conversation and we're just disagreeing, I have no problem with that. And I will be nice to them, to a degree. But it's the people like Johnny Rocket, those kind of fucking idiots that come up here and they just, like brick walls, and you can tell they're not being genuine. They're just being agitators. It's a waste of time. But I don't really hate anybody. And it is important that I think liberals, not necessarily get on board with the way that some of them think, but you can ignore that during a conversation about something, right? You can ignore what they, other problems they may have. They have to change themselves, and you can do that by saying, I know that you're a human and I'm going to treat you like one. Instead of, I don't agree with your ideology, I'm going to beat you over the head until you comply. It's not working, Of course, I don't know, maybe that's a side issue.
But I can agree on that part, is that, like, I still want to see universal policies. So just because, and I do still also have conversations with Trumpers that, luckily, because of being prior military, I get to, I guess, enjoy some monicum of respect in those conversations. And yeah, you're pointing out the bad faith actors and just the agitators. There just seems to be obviously a lot of them online, obviously, as opposed to in real life.
That's true.
Which just kind of amplifies that signal. And a lot of folks aren't going to talk like this if they see you in real life, right? I'm a 6'2", 250-pound man. In real life, you know what I mean? Nick Fuentes and most of these guys are absolutely scrawny cowards.
Yeah.
And so I know that they don't talk like that to real men in real life.
It's like, sorry about your dick, bro.
Also, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like that penis envy goes deep, but still.
Well, actually, it doesn't. It doesn't go very deep. That's what she said. Sorry, that's it.
I'm just saying, I still appreciate Medicare for all. I still want them to have access to Medicare. I still want them to have student college debt relief, or even if that's training and whether or not you're going to a workforce school. Right? Any debt that is associated with training or any of that, I still want that to apply to a Republican just as much as I wanted to apply to anyone else that has any particular political position. roads don't care about whether or not you ideologically align with them. They just are there, right? That a bill pays for us to have access to a road. Same thing I feel about most of the policies I like, is that they're going to apply to you. I just don't want to sit there all day being agitated about like things that don't have to do with percentages, right? What percentage of the budget should go to the road or the maintenance thereof? What percentage of what should we be doing about healthcare costs if it's a Medicare for all coverage? Where's that money going to come from, right? Like what percentage do we take that out of? But it's not, let's get rid of the brown people. No, bro. No, we can't start there. Or like one time I was in a conversation and the guy said that he was going to run for office. And we were like, yeah, so what's like the first thing you're going to work on? He was like, well, I'm going to start with the death penalty. Whoa, wait. And this is somebody that's from the right who is MAGA, who self-proclaimed MAGA, and me and this whole entire panel of people are sitting there like, bro, so your policy prescription is to start with the death penalty? Like not housing or not like, you know what I mean? Like, what are we going to do about healthcare costs? Or no, it was straight. And so it's just a wild world on the internet, man, where people can say and do whatever they want to do, and have no real scruples about it. And
it's a Wild West up in this bitch.
Yeah, dude, it's bleeding into regular conversations, I think.
Well, you know, they get checked pretty quick. Oh, what's up, Sensei?
Supposedly, body cam video from the agent has been released on X. I've seen it multiple times now.
Yeah, I've already played it several times. I thought you were here. Were you not up on the panel?
I thought no, not video. I mean, not camera, but body cam, supposedly. I mean, that was just a camera. Wasn't that just a camera video?
Yeah, the phone footage. If there's another video, I mean, I can look it up. Now, somebody is requesting that I played this portion. I guess somebody on Discord was saying that I showed the brains being blown out of somebody. I don't know who would characterize it in that way other than to try and shit talk me. But I'll play it again because it's in the fucking video. So, again, these people have nothing better to do with their time. Oh, now my shit's not moving for some reason. Hold on. There we go. All right. Let me play it. Okay, so if you change the the contrast or whatever, you can see the silhouette, because I could see the silhouette of the head, but I don't know if it's brains or what, but this is the video, and the point was that this was the second shot, right? This was the second or third shot when the head goes to the right. And that's, I guess, what the person in the comments, Void Clickbait, is talking about. So I'm not sure that the person even hit the person with the first shot, maybe. I don't know. I guess if we get autopsy information, we'll know better what the injuries were and which of those shots, did the damage. But if he missed that close to her, because he put his gun as close to her head as he could, if he missed, he really should not be doing that job. That's pretty nutty. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know what Discord that is, but if that's how they were describing what I played, it sounds like they were upset with me about it, and tell them to go fuck themselves too. APAC, welcome back, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and I noticed your gallery is lit, by the way.
Yeah. So am I.
That's awesome. It was something that I guess the panel was talking about like previously, and I just entered maybe like less than 5 minutes ago, re-entered about, reaching people. And I think some of you or most of you know that, look, I'm conservative, right? I come from conservative family, been born and raised conservative. I don't see many things wrong with conservatism, but I do see a lot of things increasingly wrong with what's going on. So I mean, that should, I guess, give you some hope. The reason I enter this panel frequently is because education is not supposed to be comfortable. It's supposed to make you uncomfortable at times, but it's supposed to challenge you. And I think it's imperative that we just challenge ourselves or our way of thinking, whether we and I just think that's most important. So thank you again, host, for challenging that.
Well, I appreciate that. Now, since you give me compliments, you have extra time. Go ahead. That's how it works around here. Okay, I'm taking a playbook from Trump. If you give everybody what I got.
No, so it's because sometimes I feel like people, the sentiment is, they're hopeless, like in terms of like, oh, we have no hope, under, this current administration. But I think the hope comes from living in an understanding way, engaging people like, we're doing now in this panel, and, coming to an understanding that people aren't just fully right or fully wrong. There's going to be areas in which, you can actually relate with them, connect with them.
Liberal.
So,
explain to me what is right or correct about the right. Like any policy, give me any one policy that is correct, that is clear, good thinking on that side, please.
Liberal loudmouth. They said it. I was just in another panel when they was talking about new evidence was on Fox News, going on about the young lady that got gunned down.
Yeah. Well, can you describe it? Because I was actually just about to play this clip. Give me just a second, because this is the only footage that was released today that I know of that's new. This is the either cell phone or body cam. I'm not sure which, but we can play it. It's not that long.
Yeah, body cam.
Yeah. I've already played this for the record.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen.
Never pulled up.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
Whoa!
He shoots her in the face and then calls her a fucking bitch. So if there's another footage, I can't find it on Twitter. I looked for it. Is that what Fox News is playing?
Yeah, that's what they playing.
Okay.
I was just in a panel and there's a crowd of people in there saying that he was in the riot or justifying what he had did, trying to justify what he had did.
Well, this video actually makes it worse for the ICE agent. The lady said, "I'm not mad at you." She was smiling. I mean, I'll pull that up. This is the lady that he murdered. I mean, this is beyond.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree.
She's smiling. This is not a terrorist. This is not somebody with malicious intent. She didn't see this guy and she's like, "I'm going to hit him with my car." That's not what she did. So anybody saying that this footage somehow justifies this man is a fucking idiot.
Yeah, they're trying to say that the first thing that they tried to say, liberal, was, well, what would you do if somebody broke into your home? But that wasn't the situation here. You know what I'm saying? That's a totally different situation. So you can't even, on my understanding, you couldn't compare that to what's shown in the video. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and she said, "I'm not mad at you." So I think there was some issue with the plates, like the ICE agents were probably, "Why do you have Missouri plates in Minnesota?" It's like, motherfucker, I'm sorry, I didn't know we couldn't travel, bitch. And if they're worried about, because usually you have 30 days to change your plates to the new state. That was true in Mississippi when I moved here. That's a local issue. That has nothing to do with the federal agent. So that's not his jurisdiction at all. He shouldn't fucking care. He couldn't ticket her if he wanted to.
Wow. I feel like that TikTok know there was something wrong with that panel because they shut down that whole panel a while ago. I mean,
oh really?
Been on here all this time.
Whose live was it?
Yeah, man, they shut down. Hold on. Let's see if I can find out.
I mean, not that it matters. I'm just curious now.
I mean,
Raz
I
still
have to get out of the live to find out.
Sorry. Raz still applies, right? Where's reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime being committed, about to be committed, or was committed?
It would have to be a federal crime, too. It would have to be a federal crime.
Yes, right. Under the jurisdiction of ICE, Immigration and Custom Enforcement, right? Not just any federal crime, only under their purview. So those two criteria has to be fulfilled in order to make a lawful order.
Yep. Now, Void, thank you for coming up. I appreciate it. Did you came up here, I assume, on purpose?
This is Jen. No, I was just wanting to clarify. She didn't. She wasn't throwing you under the bus. She was just saying that you just slowed it down so much that you could actually see it. So I apologize. It's probably the way I said it.
It's fine.
You get like no space at all to type shit in here, so I kind of like condense shit. So
no, that's fine.
No one was talking shit or throwing you under the bus. She just said that you slowed it down.
I think I may have said that was her brains. Of course, I didn't say it in that way. I just, if somebody's like, "Oh my God, liberal," played a clip of her getting blown out. I don't know. That's
no, she was cool. She was just saying that you slowed it down so much that you could see it happening.
Yeah, I mean, and you can clearly see
that because I don't want you to think. Yeah.
Well.
No, you did good.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anybody else do that, so that may have been the first one to do that. I haven't, because it matters which of the ones hit her. Because if the first one missed her, if there's a bullet hole in the fucking, headrest or something that didn't go into her, and the injury was from the side, wasn't justified. I mean, I don't think it would be justified either way.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to cover this up in every fucking way.
Well, I said it once, and I say it again. That video plainly shows that ICE agents can pew you down in the streets and don't have to have a reason why they're doing what they're doing, is what that video shows to me and to the world, I feel like.
Well, yeah, Trump gave them the entitlement and permission to do it all, so it's only going to get worse.
Now, somebody asked me to play it again, so I'm going to go ahead and play it again in case people haven't seen it. So here's the first shot, right? I'm not certain if this hit her or not. But you can see when you go to the second or third shot, I'm not sure which this is, you can see her head. You see that? Go to the side. You can clearly see her head being knocked.
It hasn't come up yet, Liberal.
Over.
It hasn't come to the screen yet where we can see.
Oh, you can't see it? I mean, I'm looking on my
Nightwolf, you got to look through the tinted window, the back window. Watch through the tinted window.
Yeah, look right here. Do you see this? Watch this. Well, now I got to click on it. Right here. That's when he fires again.
I'm having trouble with my phone. My phone's not showing me.
Oh, can you see me at all?
Yeah, I can see you. Yeah, I can see your liberal loudmouth, and then what do we do now? That still's up there.
But then you're glitching, so you might drop, swipe out, and then come back in. Because my whole background right now is the video, not my normal background. So your TikTok is somehow messed up.
Can you imagine though, just dropping your son off? It's like I just can't imagine that moment, and then every moment after there for her wife. Like it's fucking heart shattering.
Yeah, no, this is here. Let's see if Nightwolf can see it now. TikTok does weird shit. I've seen crazy shit.
Okay,
can you see it now?
See it now?
Okay, yeah. So if you let me do it again. Oh, Hold on. Yeah, do you see the silhouette of the head? The head clearly lolls to the side, right?
Oh yeah, she got shot from the side and from the front.
Yep. And then, because he shoots another time when she falls either back or forward, and she's gone at that point. But he fired from right, let me see, it was 13. He fires again, I'm certain, from right here. And he's literally behind her.
Isn't there a law that there's something like overkill?
I'm not sure.
Basically about what happened to Bonnie and Clyde. You know what I'm saying?
There's a law against there's a law against or banging or whatever you want to call it when you're fleeing. You can't do that.
Right. Yeah, and anybody, like, if this vehicle touched that ICE agent, I want to point out, you can see in the other videos, because I've seen somebody in the comments saying that, it hit him. Like, the guy leans over the hood. Clearly, you can see it in another angle. He leans over the hood to put the gun into the windshield. And so if that vehicle touched him, it's because he was trying to get close to her head so he could blow her head off.
Yeah. And he was recording the whole time. The whole fucking time. He was recording with his phone.
You know what's interesting is that if it were a police officer, the police officer's response would probably go something like, we had a suspect, that fled, requesting, backup, or requesting like someone to intercept, or something like that, right? So that's just, and that just wasn't the case. So,
the boss.
Hey, Dwayne, be a man and come up. All right, don't be emotional and cry over it in the comments. Come on up and say your piece.
That ICE agent will probably end up getting an award for that. That's the sad part.
Yeah. Yeah, and Redneck, for the record, you're welcome to come back up too.
They'll make him a conservative superhero like Kyle Rittenhouse. Like, he'll be booked on talking tours and all this bullshit, like they always do. Have you ever noticed, like, the right-wing superheroes are actually like super villains? It's crazy.
And their give, send, go, he'll probably hit $1 million within the first 30 minutes.
Oh my God. It's crazy. It's like, no, these aren't people to celebrate. This isn't like people that fight for rights or, end up. These aren't good people. This is like celebrating Hitler and, oh God, it's just so disgusting. The food pyramid gets.
I copied the video you posted, Redneck. Ugh. I hate being forced to watch an ad. People gripe whenever I ask people to gift. Yet every time I click on a fucking video, they make me watch 30 seconds of something I don't want or need. Yet they're mad whenever I ask people to gift. Fucking people. This is Gutfield, the food pyramid. Why are you sending a video about the food pyramid? Preacher? Are you? I don't understand. Weird.
Because they changed the food pyramid to make it unhealthy. Like the RFK or whatever changed the food pyramid so that protein meat is on the top of like what you should eat the most, and then everything else is down the page. It's crazy, and they said you should be drinking alcohol because it makes you social.
Well, that's why that's why they like Grindr. They like the meat on the top, and they like a lot of it. They shut down Grindr.
Well, you're saying that like that's wrong to like, and I'm just feeling attacked, liberal. I'm feeling attacked.
That's
like
funny.
I like a lot of meat on the top too. So
There, I think that deserves one. What do you say? The food is that what that video is about? Let me watch this real quick then. Now I'm intrigued. I can tell you what we need less of, and that's fucking carbs. What the hell? No, it's not playing. Son of a bitch.
There's a new upside down one that puts proteins, dairy, healthy fats, fruits, and veggies at the top, and all that fattening bread at the very bottom with only 2 to 4 servings of whole grains a day. Now, you get your food from a dumpster behind a grade school. Well, does this have an effect on your life?
Yes, because now I'll be able to eat healthier scraps from the dumpster. I think the problem is that the more money you have, the better food you can get, and it's really like, yeah, because I remember when I was really broke, I used to combine foods that should not be combined. Like one time for breakfast, I had Captain Crunch and Red Bull.
Captain Crunch and Red Bull. I mean, look, we do need less carbs. That's for fucking damn sure. I mean, I whenever I eat breads
and for lunch
nowadays, I feel like ass. I feel like ass.
The fact is that if you eat that way, though, with less whole grains and more meats and cheeses, you're going to get colon cancer. Like, we're going to see colon cancer explode under this recommendation. This is not healthy. And the other thing we see explode under this recommendation is methane gas from the cows, which only promotes faster climate change. Like, all of us should be looking to have at least 4 days a week vegan. And then the rest of the time, maybe we can add a little meat and cheese in. But it is the wrong recommendation for healthy. It's the wrong recommendation for fighting cancer and fighting. I mean, it's crazy. And they just went ahead and promoted like the worst food pyramid I've ever seen. It's crazy what they're doing.
Redneck, I think this is the video that Redneck, I think, posted. I'm pretty sure. But this is the same video I just played. I just played this video. Yeah, I just played this video, Redneck.
We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy.
You notice that they bleeped out the curse word in a video of somebody shooting another person in the face. Isn't that weird?
Out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Okay. Yeah, that's the same video, preacher, that I just played. Let me close this out. Now I've got fucking Fox News up in my shit. I probably got a virus now. You get adware from Fox News. Anyway, so there's a few people I haven't heard from in a minute. Did you guys want to jump in? Anybody who hasn't spoken for a minute? Nobody? Because technically the show does end at 1 and it's 1:30 now, but we can keep going a little bit if we want.
Well, again, I keep stressing this. Was that a lawful order that he gave? And the criteria must be fulfilled in order to make it a lawful order. With RAS and jurisdiction, both have to be fulfilled for him to make a lawful order. Otherwise, it's an unlawful order.
No.
And we are under no obligation, zero obligations to assist the law enforcement or comply to an unlawful order.
Well, he's an ICE agent, so he's not allowed to give any orders to American citizens. Like, he has no authority whatsoever, and they gave two conflicting two different orders at the same
it's
time.
mostly true. I mean, there are circumstances where they can engage, but generally speaking, they cannot.
Not for traffic stops. That would have been a traffic stop.
Right.
That's for the obstruction argument, right? If she really was obstructing ICE in their duties, responsibilities, then there's an issue. I don't see it being true, but that's the only argument they can make.
Well, but we just heard the conversation. It was about her license plate. Right. I'm not sure that, because that guy didn't even speak, or they cut that out before they released it. I have a feeling like they may have like removed all of his voice from that video. Because you telling me that guy just was walking around not saying anything to them and then puts a gun in her face and shoots her? Like, that seems weird.
Right. They want to make it look like they instigated, but those women were smiling and having a good old time. There was no instigation whatsoever.
Right. No. Yeah, and you know, I have a problem with people being okay with, oh, well, it doesn't matter if they had any jurisdiction or not. When somebody with a badge tells you to get the fuck out of the car, you're supposed to comply. I don't want to live in a country like that. Don't want to.
Fuck that.
Yeah, don't want to. And if they want to, then there's plenty of other countries that are like that, like North Korea. They always tell us, if you don't like it, you can leave. Well, fucking go beg Kim Jong-un to let you come in there and you can stay in one of his beautiful apartments.
That can be considered government overreach, and most people agree that a tyrannical government is not good. So they need to understand that, you know, especially the conservatives, right?
Oh. Now, Dragon, you've been quiet for a minute. Did you want to say anything? Dragon? I think he's chasing the dragon. Are you chasing the dragon? All right, 3, 2, 1. Dragon.
I'm listening.
Oh, you are?
I'm just
okay.
listening.
Okay. You didn't want to say anything?
No, I was listening. I just hear where it's going, and like Chip says, it's dire straits, because if this comes out as it's going to unroll, you know, if they say that she is a domestic terrorist just by not getting out of the car, then that's going to make people be more afraid and give them more authority. And this is just a slow slide downhill.
No.
Since when is it freedom to not be able to yell at people in positions of authority? Like, that's our freedom. We have our freedom of speech. We have our freedom of protest. We have our freedom to confront authority figures. But she wasn't pulling out a pew-pew on him. She wasn't threatening his life in any way. And it is wrong what happened to her.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, somebody was bringing up federal game wardens. Like, federal game wardens can interact with citizens. I mean, as it relates to, you know, game and things like that, they also are restricted as well. You know, in what they can do. They all have different scopes. But, you know, ICE deals with immigration. They deal with illegals and or immigrants. Does anybody have anything else? Because otherwise I'm going and shut her down.
I'm good. Thank you for having me up, Liberal. I'm glad
I
to see
appreciate
you.
it. Yeah, good to see you. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for the support. I appreciate it. I won't be live tomorrow. I've got to do some shit. Hopefully, I should be live on Tuesday. I may be busy on Tuesday, though, and I may not be back till Wednesday, but I'll keep everybody posted on my profile. And thank you again. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you guys next week. Enjoy your weekends.
And the hosts ended on 69K likes.
Oh, nice. All right.
Have a good weekend.
Did that on purpose. I'm going to have a great weekend. All right, guys. We'll see y'all later.
Take care, Liberal.
Peace.
Bye.